Okay. Should be working. Hello, hello. Let me know if y'all can hear me okay. Hello, hello, hello. Can anyone hear me? Why can't I open this? Audio checks out. Good, 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 good. Hello. Hi, City. How are you doing? Good morning. Morning. You must be somewhere in Europe or Asia. Quite late in the evening here. Not super late, but decently late. Happy to see y'all. Hope you're all doing well. Let's change this to live chat, not top chat. Virginia. Oh, okay. So you're just. Oh, it's midnight. Thought this was a VOD. Nope. No, I finished doing everything I needed to do today, so I was going to. Decided I was gonna work some more on our Durthu playthrough. You said not too long ago you do a video on how I fixed the achievement system in Warhammer 3 that came with Shadows of Change. Oh, like the Steam achievements? I don't know if I necessarily. I don't think I need to do a video about it so much as here, actually I'm gonna do that right now so I don't forget. Let's see. I will put that in. Where do I want to put that? Where would I'm trying to think of where the best place to send that would be. Probably here. Is it possible? Made for long seems a bit much to do it on ultimate, but that's just my opinion. There we go. All right, I sent a message about it because my thing was that I felt that requiring ultimate campaign victory to get the achievement is a little much. I feel like long campaign should be fine because that's what it's been. That's been the standard for the entirety of the series. So I feel like to suddenly change it right at the end, I don't know, feels like a little unnecessary. All right, let's start messing people up. But hopefully you're all doing well. I completely forgot, now I think about it, to send out alerts that I released a new video today. So for anyone that hasn't checked it out, I did put out a video today about Thrones of Decay. If you'd like, consider checking that out, talking about how they should totally add in some additional audio goodies, like for Plague Bearers of Nurgle and like certain Nurgle demons to have like chanting, which is like a major aspect of their lore and design and such. And then also doing things like having the dwarfs actually sing. I think could be really, really fun and cool and would add a lot to those various races because those are things they're all well known for doing. Okay, they're gonna come to us, so we're gonna set up fairly defensively. But how are y'all doing? We're just gonna kind of hang out today and enjoy ourselves playing some Total War. I ain't gonna do anything too crazy or stressful. Just gonna have a good time with it. These are skin wolves. Okay. the infantry line behind all the big heavy hitting things that are better at eating charges. Okay. Are you on foot? Yeah, well, okay, we'll have you run with our archers for the moment, and then you can hang out over there. Do I think dwarves need a larger rework? I don't know if I would say like a larger rework. I think for the most part the dwarves are pretty solid. Like I think the grudge system works really well now, especially that each of the factions has like their own set of unique grudges that they're able to pull from. I also think that the rune system works quite well. Being able to like craft your own runes and like even your own runic items and kind of work from there. I think those all seem to be working quite well, so I wouldn't really change any of those very dramatically, other than maybe just like add some more if anything. The big thing that I'd probably be looking at when it came to dwarf stuff is like I would want to add maybe a little more representation of the dwarf guilds. But I would consider that adding a new feature, not reworking an old feature. I think their tech tree is fine. Like, it's quite large. Okay, run the other way. Run the other way. Okay. We're gonna have you chase after them. What is happening? Oh, it's a manticore. Ooh. I didn't even see that till just now. Do that. Shoot. Those chariots are about to make me have a bad time. Run away!
Pull back! Take them down! Ready to fire!
Ooh, those hurt. Okay, why don't you fall back towards my lines?
Armed and ready. To the fray. Armed and ready.
Spears head that way. I'll leave you as you are. You can switch on that. Okay, y'all don't have melee stance turned on, so let's focus fire that dude. Okay. Let's do better base damage. And you get.
We will obey.
And they have 80 armor.
We understand. Yes.
Come on, squeeze on in. Everybody squeeze in. Alright, archers are having a little bit of a bad time, but that's okay.
Fear the Deepwood.
Flyer butts over here. Go, Zotes, go! Let's get Big Daddy in there. Let's hit them with the cannot move. And let's get these horsemen really messed up. Bringing the treemen over here.
Awaiting orders.
How much do I need for this? 12? Okay. Almost have enough. Here we go.
The forest pool.
When will the Lorebeard's poll be up? It'll hopefully be up tomorrow. Me and Andy, we're not exactly sure what this week's gonna look like because Andy has a thing he has to go to on Saturday. Or no, on Sunday. So like the usual time we would stream at, he's not gonna be available. So we're trying to figure out if we can like do a different time or if we need to basically just cancel for the week. We're still trying to kind of suss that out. So, I am hoping that we'll just do Lorebeards on a different day today instead of having to cancel, but we're gonna have to play that by ear. So we will see what happens. Get our single entities topped off as best we can.
Athel Loren! For the eternal realm!
Well, y'all come this way so we can sandwich all these nerds. Let's get as many casualties in as we can before the end here. You can give yourself 25% bonus speed. Yeah, let's do that. Do everything we can to kill the giant. Slow him down a bit. Good, good, good. Getting a fair amount of bonus casualties in, which is always nice. Yeah, if we could kill the giant before he escapes, I think that would be particularly good. I want you and you to head up to here. Just get some bonus heals off. Ogre question. Addy was animate about them not singing. Could a ogre pick up? Yeah, I don't agree with Andy on the ogre singing. That is something I disagree with him on. I'm pretty sure that he is correct that there's an older tidbit that suggests that ogres do not really have singing as part of their culture, but I would personally argue very strongly against that. I think ogres would absolutely have the capacity for singing, though their version of it would be much more of like kind of army chants as opposed to, it wouldn't be singing in the sense of it would not be singing in the sense like a sense that we more easily like it wouldn't be, it'd be different from human singing. But I also disagree with Andy because I know there are actually some tidbits about ogre singing in the lore. Like I want to say there's, oh god, I'm trying to remember what book it's in, but there's a quote. There's one story that talks about how the ogres, I know there's a story about an ogre that sings like a famous empire like opera song, but the way the ogre sings it is very different to a way a human would sing it. Like it's a very unconventional interpretation, but it ends up making like this really, really famous character who's known for his influence in the theater world, like literally weep with emotion because he's so moved by it. So like I think that's kind of one of those things that in the older lore, yeah, sure, I don't think ogres sing at all, but like if I was writing stories, I would say ogres absolutely sing. I would say they undeniably sing. Obviously, you know, Andy might not agree with that, but I would say, well, I don't really care if you don't agree with it because that's how I'm writing it. Because to me, it's undeniable that they do sing. I think that's the idea that they don't is silly. Because singing is such like I think singing is such a fundamentally deep expression within like almost within a lot of different forms of life, that it's just kind of, it just tends to be part of life, like kind of no matter how you look at it. Like I don't think ogres would be out there. I could see the argument that ogres do not have many traditional musicians in the sense that, you know, they probably wouldn't have composers or ogres that create a lot of regular songs, but like ogres are really big into storytelling. Storytelling is a huge aspect of ogre culture. That's how the ogres translate their own history, is through the telling of stories. Butchers will literally put on like almost performances to communicate various tales or ideas. And I think if they're capable of storytelling, they're also capable of singing. That's at least my opinion on the matter.
My powers are yours.
Oh, that's right, we got Orion. And I was building up a sexy army of knights for him.
Shield of Athel Loren.
There can be no vanity.
How may I help?
Yeah, okay. Oh, I forgot an army. What is he up to?
All hail Kernos.
I guess I was going to blow up stuff. Hey man, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Grease's burp throat singing about the Genghis Ma. I don't... I think the ogres have very, very much had a lot of their... I think they've had a lot of their Mongolian influence kind of removed and pushed over. Like, I would say the Hobgoblin Khanate probably draws much more strongly from Mongolian influence than the Ogre Kingdoms do. I think that the Ogre Kingdoms, they've really gone through quite a bit of effort to strip away those original relations, that because that used to be a very, very strong connection between the Ogre Kingdoms and kind of Mongolian theming, but almost all of it got removed. Don't dwarves also sing? Yeah, dwarves sing quite a bit. By the way, though, when it comes to lore bears, I can tell y'all what the next poll will have in it. If y'all kind of want an early little taste. But the next lore beards poll is gonna have. See, the options are gonna be. It's gonna be constant Drakenfels, mutation. So like, how does mutation work? What's the concept behind it? How do the different cultures across the Warhammer world treat mutation? Yada yada yada. A lot of different things. So mutations, and then the last one is. Oh shoot! What is the last one? Wonder if I still have it written somewhere. I don't know if I have it written down. Andy may have it written down somewhere. Mordheim. That's what it is. Yeah. So the options are going to be Constant Drakenfels, the big bad himself, or the city of Mordheim and everything that happened there, or the concept of mutation and everything that like goes into it and makes part of its story and yada 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 yada. Which I think all of those should make for pretty interesting concepts. More healing, please. Yeah, let's get Loic for now. Okay. I should probably get these Norskins out of here. I think I was wiping out the green skins, which we have successfully done, so let's start chasing out these northerners. Didn't Andy create Elspeth von Draken? No. Andy never worked at Forge World.
Grant me gifts.
The hunt shall be tireless.
I mean, Andy knows, like, you know, we've talked about a fair bit about Elspeth von Draken, but he didn't create her. That was done by that was done by a different author. Do I want some Jade Lancers for right now? I mean, I could get a unit of Jade Lancers and then later replace them with flying cavalry from Grand Cathay. Yeah, sure. I like the idea of like having different cavalry from like around the world. So we'll take a unit of Jade Lancers from Cathay.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna help reclaim these provinces, I suppose. I'll probably hang on to High Shai. Might as well. We can always sell if we need to later. All right, let's hope reclaim the gates first and foremost.
Guardian of the Deepwood comes.
Help cut off the Chaos Invaders. What would I say is the very easiest lord to play on Immortal Empires now? Ooh. I think Ikit Claw is still relatively easy thanks to his workshop. I would say that depending on your gameplay style, the Changeling is like super duper duper easy because like you're invisible most of the time, you can go wherever you want. And you also like don't take settlements, and it's like borderline impossible for you to lose. And then I also think Gorok is still super duper 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 easy because you just start with Lord Croak, and Gorok himself is like just an absolutely bonkers as fuck character.
Protector of the oak.
I think that about covers it. Like, as far as, like, super duper 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 easy characters. I also think, Zhao Ming is, like, really fucking good now. Like, with all the new Cathay changes and stuff, like, I don't know why, but, like, Zhao Ming, when I've played him on Immortal Empires, he seems, like, bonkers good. Probably gonna have to do something about the Skaven invasion. No, we are not gonna be friends. You literally blew up the sisters. That's gonna be a no-go. Thoric is pretty easy. Yeah, I can see that. What do I think about CA giving Norska a proper rework like Beastman? I mean, to me, that seems inevitable. I would be very, very surprised if Norska does not get a pretty noticeable rework at some point in the future. I don't know when that's going to happen. You know, there's obviously just a stupid amount of stuff that still needs to be done in this game. And, you know, all of it's going to take time. Nothing's going to happen overnight. But, that being said, like, after how good the Beastman update was, I feel pretty good. The Empire? Yeah, I would rather have the Empire. Yeah, that's fine. Because then I can just focus my effort on killing Nurgle boys. Speaking of which, let's get on that.
Trust our dealings.
Oh, Draco. Let's start working on friendly relations with her. The spiciest tree spirit.
Greetings from Sigmar. Indeed.
What's up, big man?
Loyal servant.
Yeah, no, we are not going to be friends
the
with
Phoenix King welcomes all, cultured or otherwise.
A wise course.
No glory.
We are
Only
definitely
I will
not going to be
consider
friends
any
with the Tomb
suggestion
Kings.
That aids Tor Everest.
I don't trust a bunch of dusty old bones. Yeah, sure. Alright, we have Confederated Torgavan. So now I control all of Athel Loren. Very nice. Very nice. This is excellent news. Let's see. What are we gonna do here? I do not need this. I will keep that. I will keep that. I will keep that. Actually, no. We can get rid of the cavalry building because I'm going to build that elsewhere. Well, okay, let's get rid of these two buildings and see where we're sitting.
Orion.
Orion! Oh, finally, I can get some higher tier cavalry. Oh, wait, no. Don't get rid of that. Do upgrade it. Get rid of it.
Orders?
The
forest calls.
Okay, yeah, that's fine for now. Because I can at least get Sisters of the Thorn from here.
My will is yours.
We're gonna get Wild Riders!
The hunter. I will make it so. Arbonis Elmchant.
You... Yeah, we'll keep you. Why not? Who's this? This is Daida. We can make him... let's do Threllock. And he's got a pretty decent army. It's not bad by any means of the imagination. I think we're gonna go less on the War Dancers because I already have a War Dancer themed army. I think for you we're gonna go more static. These guys. So a lot of Wildwood Rangers and stuff. Replace the Deepwood scouts and these guys with other things. We'll keep the dryads though. All right, play by ear. But how's everybody in chat doing today? Okay, we're gonna take the gate literally just long enough to hand it off to our dear lady friend. See, I am running you as an archer boss. Eagle, stagger horse, blade singers, or wildwood. Oh, you're not running with any of those. You're running with archer boys. Oh, but I have you on a bird, don't I? We could do death from above. Yeah, and we could end up switching these out later for Hawk Riders. That could work nicely. Cool. So why don't we do... Let's not do this just yet. Rename Lord to Gerald of the Riviera. I don't think this guy has an official name yet. Gerald the Tree Man. There you go.
Protector of the forest. Treading silently.
Oh, I'm out of money. Sedge. Yeah, it's not worth fighting. We're just gonna seed all these places because then I could just sell them back to somebody else. Alright, let's get Durthu maxed out. He's got 174 armor. Woo, that's a tanky tree. Unless someone has a lot of AP, they're doing jack shit, Durthu. My man's made out of armor. Alright, now we can... Cool. How is our the jungles doing? Going well enough? Just work on getting some more finances secured. And then... Yeah, go ahead and break that down. Well, no, because the only thing I really need to build is Threllock. I don't think we need the Woodsman's Hut. Yeah, no, that's fine. We're already getting plenty of wood from just the Artisan's Nexus. So yeah, that's fine. And I can always get rid of some later if I need to. Just because Val's Anvil tends to be rather exposed a lot of the time. Why don't you go ahead and get some aggressive... And then Durthu, let's get rid of one of our treekin so we can get the Firebark Elders. There we go. Alright. Hey, Josh Harper, thanks so much for the super chat. Midnight Sotek dream. Good thing I work from home tomorrow. Well, yeah, that was good. Work from home is always a nice thing.
What would...
Okay. I think we are pretty good for this turn. Everyone's kind of moving into position in various places. We've got Orion's army and Dada's army building up. Do I think Columbo could solve the mystery of the Skaven? Yeah, probably. Any units from the tabletop or lore that are still missing from the Wood Elves you'd like to see added at some point? The Wood Elves feel pretty damn well complete to me. The only other things that, the only other things I could really see happening would be, I could see perhaps doing some kind of, elite unit, some extra elite units, like, you know, maybe taking the, you could do like the Dryads, right? And make like a champion version of the Dryads if you really wanted to. You could do other stuff like, God, really, I mean, if you go far enough back in the lore, there was also the whole incident with the meadow chariots. I personally hate the meadow chariots. I don't think they should be a thing. But it's, you know, I can't argue, you know, they used to be in the army like way back in the day, though things, the way they designed rosters back then was quite a different experience. Because it was more about just filling up, like, everyone kind of had access to everything back then, which is not a system that I'm terribly fond of. I prefer when, I tend to prefer when units or armies have, like, themes that they follow, and they either stick with it, or they, you know, eventually do something else. You know, I don't like when everyone has access to everything, because I think that gets rid of a lot of the uniqueness, but I know not everyone's going to agree with that. Some people do want everyone to have access to everything. I am personally not a fan of that system. But, there is, so, like, you have meadow chariots. If you really wanted to just give, you know, if you're like, oh, everyone should have chariots, well, then, you know, technically you can do that. But there's also, I mean, there's really not a lot. The Wood Elves have kind of been stretched about as far as we can stretch them, to be frank. Though, you know, there will always be people who argue that there's something more you could do. Really at this point, to me, it kind of feels like the only thing left would revolve more around, would revolve significantly more around ideas of, like, taking champion units and, you know, filling those up to the max. So, like, oh, we're gonna do, like, whatever a Dryad champion is called can now be a unit. And we're gonna take whatever a, like, a Wild Rider is and make that a champion unit. Or Glade Guard, make that a champion unit. That's always an option, though I don't really care for that system. Like, it works, like, if you have to use it, it works fine. But, I don't know, I feel, to me, Wood Elves feel much more like they have arrived at a point where I am far more happy to, I am far happier to just, give them characters, as, like, free LCs, Or one of the things that I would really like to see Creative Assembly start doing is releasing DLCs that only add characters, but they add characters for everybody. I think that's something that would be really fun and could provide a lot of value to the game, in the sense of like, oh, we're gonna have a system where we add, you know, if they have it of, oh, well, sorry, one second, let me finish my thing here. Of like, oh, well, you know, the Wood Elves already have all the units that we would really want to give them. So instead of just giving them another DLC where we don't really have anything to add, we're just going to add a character pack into the game that grants a set of legendary lords to a series of different factions, or legendary heroes to a series of different factions. And that's literally all it does. It just adds characters. So it's a fairly cheap DLC, and it's like, okay, the Wood Elves, we're going to give you guys... we're going to give you guys Nyeth the Prophetess as a legendary lord and Lord Erloth as a legendary lord. And, you know, here's their start position. They have some cool, unique mechanics, and they synergize with different kinds of units, and you've seen really synergize before, and they're really cool, and we hope you like them, and boom, we're done, moving on. I think that would be great and awesome, and I would pay for it. I don't know if everyone would agree with that. You know, there are some people that might think that, like, no, that's lame. They should do more than that, more or less. But I think that would work quite well. Though granted, that is just my opinion.
Yes.
Give me a beast wizard.
I foresee great things.
That's a lot of chaos dwarfs. They are in march stance. Okay, well, first let's kill this guy. The Chaos Dwarfs are helping me? Oh, man. When Norska's having a bad day is when the Chaos Dwarfs and Wood Elves team up to just smash them into the ground. Oh, no. Oh, that would be so... man, that would be so unfortunate. Oh, to be
The forest is whispering.
To be that particular Norskin. Holy shit, that's so funny.
They will die. Defender of Athel Loren.
The forces of Nangao cannot all abandon their posts, but will assist you where possible. Acceptable.
Here, this gate's your problem, not my problem. Do I want to attack these guys? I'm pretty sure I could beat them. I don't know, fire hurts though. I mean, his army's not that great. Yeah, fuck it, let's go for it.
Plasma doc uzvornagazan karzenta erpetu.
Kabanda have meant... Oh, no. We'll fight this, even though it's going to be a fuck fest. In a bad way. I should have used different terminology. There we go. I've been to ask this for a while, but with the full Scarbrain in exile, who could be Khorne's greatest Bloodthirster in fantasy other than you? Oh, well, with Scarbrain in exile, who are the big bad Bloodthirsters that are active? I can't remember. I don't think he's ever given a name. I'm 95% sure he's never actually given a name. But the Bloodthirster that Gotrek and Felix fight is actually a very, very successful one, who was pretty well esteemed in Khorne's favor, even though, you know, he gets dealt some pretty gnarly losses thanks to Gotrek and Felix. But, like, he did successfully tear down Karak Dum until he was banished by the king of Karak Dum, though he eventually does get his revenge and kills that king before he's able to finally be taken down by Gotrek and Felix. So I would say that he is certainly a fair pick. There's also the likes of there's also a there's been a couple of Bloodthirsters who have shown up in fantasy, but generally speaking, when we're talking about Bloodthirsters in fantasy, it's usually because they're about to lose or somebody's about to like kill them. Like one of my favorite examples is there were two Bloodthirsters. I can't remember their names, but there were two Bloodthirsters that were dueling to show that they were like the best, the mightiest, the most powerful of Khorne's servants. And they ended up fighting in Bretonnia. And so while they were fighting, like a Bretonian army gathered up to go deal with them, and it was an absolute massacre. It did not go well for Bretonnia. But the great hero, who I think was a duke that was leading them, ended up he didn't get to participate in the fight because his horse spooked at the sight of the Bloodthirsters and ran the other direction, with him being like, "No, take me back!" So he was very upsetty spaghetti that he got to miss out on the action. But he ends up getting his horse under control and ends up charging back into the fight, you know, late, but still showing up. And as he arrives on the battlefield, he shows up as the two Bloodthirsters are dueling after they've, you know, massacred all of his people. And he goes into a rage, and he runs in there and he fights both of them. And he ends up winning. Like, he ends up killing the Bloodthirsters, and they're like, what? But Khorne, unfortunately, his story does not end super well, because the whole thing is that he gets so angry, it's his rage that allows him to overcome the Bloodthirsters. So, of course, Khorne takes notice of him and is like, "Ooh, you'll do nicely," and just zaps him into the realm of chaos to become a new champion of his. He goes on to become a demon prince of Khorne because he's insanely spooky. You, get over here.
To arms! Talon of Karnos!
This is gonna be a difficult fight.
Our bows are yours. Release!
Dude, that eagle is fucking up that great Taurus. Good for him.
I will. I must.
Ready and able.
Good job. Damn, bird.
Setting off.
All right, we got archers to deal with.
All is possible.
Dryads, back into it. Okay, I got a job for you. First of all, let's get rid of his magic. And then let's start getting rid of ammo. Dive, dive, dive.
Deepwood archers. Warriors of area.
We're just gonna start picking off all the archers, because the more I draw them into melee engagements, the better off we're gonna be.
Blade Captain.
Ooh, those are...
Moving out.
No, thank you.
We never miss. Defenders of Athel Loren!
Blade Captain! Lady of Loren!
Archers ready!
Okay, we are slowly but surely grinding away his flanks, which is good. About here.
Dauntless Asrai!
Focus on archery, focus them down. We're just gonna keep finding targets to... Okay, we won this flank. We just gotta get rid of all the bull centaurs. Bird, go deal with those archers.
Captain, repositioning!
Now let's dive in on them.
Glorious duty!
Get rid of them! Oh, Dimitar, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that so much. Wanted to ask you if a man is obsessed by fighting / war, would he fall to Slaanesh or Khorne? It depends. It depends on why he's obsessed. If you are obsessed with violence and war because it is like your only reason for being, and you're enjoying it just for the sake of enjoying it, then you are far more likely to fall to Slaanesh. If you are falling to it and joining it because you are so full of hatred and violence is just like the only way you can express yourself, and you are being consumed from within by that need to deal violence and to hurt and to kill and to maim, then you are probably going to fall to Khorne. Slaanesh is more about obsession and perfection and addiction, whereas Khorne is about hatred and violence for the sake of it's the only way you can express that hatred and get it out of you. You know, get it out of your system. I'm so happy Chaos Swords do not have magic resistance because it's making my spells much more effective against them. The battle is in our favor! Alright, let's get our eagle on. Our eagle is actually doing, like, super well on the damage front. Nope, 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 nope. Then you get rid of these bull centaurs. Once we've got the bull centaurs under control, I feel... Ooh. Zatan is being a little bit of a problem. I will give him that much. Oh, he's on his Lamasu. See if I can lead him into this mess over here. Bird, come here. Everybody on pylon Zatan. I'm gonna do damage reflection.
Hunting! Blade Captain! Athel Loren Eternal!
Okay, we're just gonna let our treekin deal with that. Oh, good, army losses. Yes! Victory against the bringers of fire and pollution. Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill that sorcerer. There should be more minor chaos gods. There are an almost infinite number of minor chaos gods. You don't hear about a lot of them because, like, when you're dealing with, like, creating armies, they're just not gonna be, they're not gonna be super relevant to, like, dealing with that broad of a, like, when you're, you know, when you're looking at the Warhammer world from that large of a scale, they're not gonna be particularly important. But if you're looking at things from, like, a more, like, if you're wanting all the nitty-gritty details, then the reality of the situation is that there would be unspeakable amounts, like insane amounts of minor chaos gods. They would be all over the goddamn place. You just don't hear about them a lot because they're not that super important when you're just dealing with, like, the army battle game. You know, if you're talking about minor chaos gods, you're more dealing with, like, the roleplay game, or you're worrying about, like, actual specific nuance within the lore itself. But that's not going to be the focus of most mediums. All right, we should not have lost any units, which is really impressive considering we were outnumbered so much by Chaos Dwarves. Luckily, they were mostly fairly low-tier units. Yes, I would like healing, please. Nice, and we defeated Zatan! Plus 40% chance to get magic items. I will take that. Hooray, we won! I hurt now, I'm running away. Everything hurts. It was a glorious victory, but holy shit was it painful. Ow! Please, let's go home. Everything hurts. Alright. Get more ammo. I really want to, I need to get a spell singer in that army. Okay, we still got 2 turns before I can get sisters.
I foresee great things.
But that's no reason for us to wait forever. So let's just grab a couple.
Lord of the Asrai.
Any other faction? No, don't have enough of that yet. Don't have anything there. Nothing there I want yet. And nothing there yet. Okay. So let's do... Okay, Durthu's heading south to deal with the Skaven. Orion, do you have any traits yet? Nothing super important. Okay, why don't you just sit around an ambush stance while we're waiting, so you can hopefully get the ambush stance upgrade. Ah, good, the Athel Loren. Let's get the growth building up and running. And then we'll focus on defense. And you are going to take the fight to the forces of chaos.
My plagues are coming for you.
Okay, easy fight. Let's sack it. And then we'll hang out for a turn. Let's get... How many... Okay, let's go ahead and get Skewering Branch. Oh, I never give my treekin statuses. We're gonna go Oak on these treekin. We're gonna make all of our 4 spirits in this army tough. Okay, which means we can upgrade Athel Loren another stage. All of our forests here are looking good. How are things over in Ulthuan? The Gain Veil is stable, which is about as good as we can ask for. And then over in the Forest of Xi'an, why? Oh, okay, okay. Let's get the Spell Singer building. And then why don't you get the building where I can get more archer bros? That'll work. And we're friendly with everyone surrounding us. Yes? Yes. Okay, so this forest is slowly healing. Which is it's fine. Who's the most badass woman in Warhammer? Oh man, I mean, there's a lot. A lot of people think Valkia would probably fit that. Valkia, the consort of Khorne, the Blood Maiden. She is, I mean, she's insanely badass, and is a woman literally of her own making. Like, to be someone that is so brutal and so, suffused with violence and so successful in their violence that she literally impressed Khorne to the extent that the god of rage, like, essentially fell for her, is very impressive. But there's also, like, Marathi is also like a super big badass in and of her own right. Like, Marathi has accomplished an incredible amount of things. And is also one of the, she's also one of the oldest characters in the setting. She's the oldest elf that's still alive in the setting. And is incredibly powerful in her own right. Undeniably so. Everything hurts. Alright, let's get over here. Good, we're in friendly territory, and we're gonna hide. There's also, like, there's also the Queen of the Woods, Ariel. Ariel's accomplished a lot of really fantastical things. And we've, she's featured in a lot of really cool, big, epic boss fights. Versus various threats in the Warhammer world, from the likes of Morgr to various greenskins. She's fought against a lot of the big bad beastman characters. It just depends on how you like to define your badassery. There is a character that fits into that slot somewhere. Alright, and then here we're going to occupy it. Which is, oh good, we managed to avoid getting a disease despite that. That's actually quite nice. Sure, we'll take, give me stimulate growth again. I'm gonna be hanging around Athel Loren a lot. Your job is as a, let's work on your melee attack and melee defense for the moment. Who was the Bretonnia that turned into a demon prince? It was... Hold on. I know the page it's on. Let's see. It's not the Long Night. Here you go. Here, I'll read out the whole thing because I feel like it. 1474 of the Imperial Calendar, the Sack of Bracrion. Hagrax Gorefeaster challenges his fellow Bloodthirster, Crag-Ulak Doomfoe, to a contest of arms. The two greater demons lead their mighty hosts into the mortal world with the intention of doing battle with one another. However, proceedings are interrupted when Baron Callard, seeing his castle and village under threat, leads an army of knights against the demons. Alas for the flower of Bretonnia, the knights are slaughtered to a man, hacked down by the Hellblades, or torn apart by skull cannons. Only Callard escapes alive, but through cowardice of his steed. Thus free to pursue their duel, the demons set about one another with unrestrained fury. Soon only the Bloodthirsters remain standing, though they smite each other mightily with blows that shake the valley. Wrath waxing full in his heart, Baron Callard rides out once more and vanquishes both Bloodthirsters. Thus is the contest of arms won, not by Gorefeaster or Doomfoe, but by a mortal given over to rage. Khorne's eye falls upon Braquion at the moment of Callard's victory, and the Lord of Skulls is pleased. So does Baron Callard pass out of the mortal realm and begin his service as one of Khorne's chosen demon princes. There you go. So it was Baron Callard.
Ever vigilant. Opening the way.
Which is actually quite fitting, because we now know that Baron is a new generic class of Bretonnian character you can take in Warhammer the Old World, because that's one of the new minis they showed off, which is pretty hype. Sort of Strife. It's not awful, but not great. So many tree lords. Here you go. You can have it. How do you spell it? Callard. C-A-L-L-A-R-D. Income from fighting could be good for a few turns. Yeah, let's do that. Because we're going to be fighting Festus quite a bit over there. Alright, just checking on all of my different things. Greenskins are starting to come through the valley, which is not ideal. But I can only be so many places at once. How the hell do I know to find random quotes so quickly? That's why they call me the lore master. Because I know where to find just about anything super fucking quick. But I've also been doing this for literally my entire life. I mean, Warhammer Fantasy is now 40 years old as of this year, and I am only 31. So I have been obsessed with Warhammer pretty much my entire life, and just been reading and reading and reading and reading and reading and reading and reading, and will continue to do so probably until the day I die. Yeah. How the hell, let's see. Miao Ying, yeah, Miao Ying's awesome. Khalid's awesome. Yeah, those are all super badass ladies. Rapunzel de Leonas, yep. Neferata, all good, all excellent. You know, the Fey Enchantress, Alariel the Everqueen, Mother Ostankia definitely has risen in my risen to be a favorite of mine. Muna Mim's a good one. Let's see.
Agreed.
Is this in what autistic circles they call special interest? That's certainly one way to look at it. To my, I don't believe I'm autistic. I've never been. I don't think I quite fall into that. I would say I probably have a fair bit of undiagnosed ADHD. But being very good friends with someone who is a very high functioning autistic individual, I don't think I fall under that sphere, but I might. I don't know. I don't think I do though, but I'm fairly heteronormative, I think is what they call it, when it comes to like social relationships and being able to like read and understand people and all that stuff. But I also just like fantasy things. Because that being said, like, I do have, I know some people who have memorized things, and when I say they've artistic. No, I think he meant what he said. Because I've heard that as a phrase. But we should probably strike Festus before his reinforcements show up. Yeah, autism is one of those things that, like, the more you learn about it, the more it feels like it doesn't actually mean anything, because it's such like a broad spectrum in like so many different directions. And like some of the terms they used to use with it aren't used anymore. Like, I don't think they use Asperger's anymore. Like, I have a very, very good friend who was diagnosed with Asperger's. But like I don't think that's even a thing they use anymore. Last I heard, which, you know, just makes it even more confusing when they're constantly like adding and removing terms. And it's because it's a developing field. I mean, it's not like they're intentionally trying to make it confusing. You know, it's something we have fairly poor understanding of because it's so new. Neurotypical, thank you. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, heteronormative is something else. Ignore me. I'm not a smart man. I'm just trying my best out here. Neurotypical, that's what it was.
Eager and ready.
Oh! I really hope we get Blade Singers in tabletop. I actually really like a solid high tier magic war dancer unit. But there's a lot of units in Total War we probably won't get in tabletop, which makes me sad. But, you know, we'll just deal. He doesn't have any... He's very little shooting. So our little flyers are going to have a good time.
Our bows are yours.
So we got Marauder Horsemen, Nurglings. I don't think he has Warhounds, which is ideal for us. Alright. Let's go see if we can kill those beasts sooner rather than later.
So I hunt. I will go.
For Athel Loren.
Yeah, one of the things that's really interesting is despite the fact that I think a lot of people in my generation, you know, people from like their very early 40s to their early 30s right now, I think a lot of people in those generations tend to feel like, oh man, our parents like lived through the development of so much stuff. You know, because they went through like the creation of television and like the invention of color and like, you know, the start of the space race and all this other stuff. What are you doing? No plague bearers allowed. Nope. This is a disease-free zone, gentlemen. Sorry, boys. Not allowed. But like, the things that we're living through, like, really the actual functioning creation of, like, mental health and understanding of mental health to, like, a much better level. Or, like, child development, like, the understanding of how children function is a very new science, which is really sad when you think about it. Like, it's crazy how little humans know about humans, and we're like just trying to figure things out.
Lead, Captain.
Putting the Start Collecting Anvil Guard box together. Go Pirates.
Lead guard, Commander.
So for is Anvil Guard in the newest Cities book? Like, do they still talk about Anvil Guard since it got taken over by Marathi, or is it referred to as something different now?
Ready for orders. Bowman, ready. For the eternal.
Because like it's the whole thing of like, what is what is it now? Harcuron, or I think it's Harcuron, isn't it? Good God, those Swift Sliver Shards just obliterated those dudes. Nope, we're running the other way. Okay, Festus is getting pretty messed up, which is good. Let's see if I can pump another Arrow of Karnos into him. Oh shoot, those are Marauder Horsemen. Should probably focus those down.
Bows of Athel Loren.
Yeah, they're definitely not as good against heavily armored targets, but
Will be done.
Run, for the love of God, run! Okay, we need to get my blade captain to hold them off for a minute. Oh, that charge hurt. No, go away, plague bearers. Bad.
Eager and ready.
Hand of the forest.
Okay, we're keeping Festus busy, which is good.
Lead, Captain.
Archers ready. Aye. Orders.
Deepwood mage.
You're on a horse, right? Yeah, okay.
Sound the retreat.
Festus is already healed back to full. Neat. Of course he is. Keep firing! Treekin! Take the charge!
With haste. Death to all. For the eternal realm.
Spears, you're up.
Archers ready.
Dauntless Asrai. Kana, bless us. War dancers.
Ready to serve.
So it begins.
Dauntless Asrai.
I want you to focus.
Your orders.
Turn that off.
The woods rage.
Nope, 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 nope. Shooting is just fine. Okay, I want y'all to go deal with the summoners. Give our ladies some more armor.
Waiting orders.
Big old pendulum.
Forest calls.
You're up.
Orders.
You're up. I'm up.
Awaiting orders. Defenders of Athel Loren.
Our bows are yours.
Tree man, you're up. Let's get to it, boys. Let's get to it.
We understand. For the eternal realms.
Dauntless Asrai. For Isha. Withdraw.
Children of Athel Loren.
Pop that.
Yours to command. Of course.
Want you on those chariots.
Riders ready.
Destroy their faith.
Our bows are yours. End them.
Lead, Captain. Glory of the hunt.
For Ariel. The forest wills it.
Battle ready.
Your orders.
Ooh, birds are having a bad time.
Hunters. Withdraw.
If Festus showed up.
Pull back.
Alright, let's escort these nerds out of here. She's got them handled.
Ever ready.
Good job, good job.
Ready. Warriors of Ariel.
Yeah, Festus is going to be a bit of a problem.
Deepwood archers.
If y'all could focus down that beast of Nurgle, that'd be really nice.
Quickly. Right.
Why don't y'all see if you can go break this flank?
Warriors of Ariel.
You chase. Actually, y'all help out the tree man. Oh, the beast is exposed. Very nice.
Athel Loren.
Release! Quickly!
Alright, let's lock all these nerds down.
Foes of Athel Loren! Dauntless Asrai!
Come get some!
Understood.
Pop this stance and let's start chewing up marauders.
I will. Orders.
Bring it down! Bring it down!
Hold back! Moment ready! Yes!
I'll say they're making me work for it. It is a very good thing we did not wait for him to get reinforcements. Okay, these plague bearers are very annoying.
For Canos.
Get our cavalry out.
Ready and waiting.
Y'all are fighting a bunch of low armor stuff, so let's activate Whirling Death. Thought we got rid of the chariots, but I guess not.
Ever ready! We grow restless!
Okay, we want y'all out so that we can get a fresh charge in on the Chaos Spawn. Fucking love Zotes, dude. Hey, why don't y'all fall back?
Fear the Deepwood.
Deepwood infantry. They will die. Ha! It will
Okay,
be
y'all
done.
come over this way.
Understood.
Let's do Storm of Blades to give ourselves more melee attack.
Armed and ready.
Ah! Get rid of the Plague Bearers.
Armed and ready!
We're out of ammo.
Lady of Loren.
Alright, charge!
Raid Captain. Your orders.
In there dueling.
Deepwood infantry!
Tree Lord's taking a beating. Okay, y'all won your fight. Good. Let's get these demons. Get the demons! And it's a Zote party! And they've got those good magic attacks. And magic attacks make all the difference in the world. Oh, they're sandwiched. Very nice. Not exactly sure what's going to be the best way to kill Festus. Everyone that is not a single entity, let's fall back.
Following the
Okay,
trail.
Festus broke.
Move
That'll
out.
work. We don't need to kill Festus. There's the answer. How do we kill Festus? We don't. We just get rid of him. Because he is very painful to be around. Einen Makino, thank you for coming by. It was great to see you. Have a good night. Anybody else excited for Necromancer Sienna in one day? Necromancer Sienna is tomorrow? Not today, because it just turned midnight. So not today, but the 18th. Does his aura still work when he's broken? I believe it does. Yes, his aura does still work if he's broken, which is super annoying and gross.
Ready to fire!
I don't need to run him down. It's a settlement battle, so he'll die automatically, which is good enough for me. God, he wiped out our regiment of renown, which is not nice. What is the lore reason for Drycha and Coadil to hate the Wood Elves even before they got corrupted? So basically, the idea behind it was that the Wood Elf, or those particular forest spirits, believed that blooded life would only lead to ruin. They basically liked that. They liked how things had been working for, you know, thousands of years, and they believed that allowing blooded life to be bound to them would only lead to ruin. So they were basically very obsessed with focusing on the focus of, if we let these elves in and we allow these elves to tell us what to do, and we allow our fate to be intertwined with their fate, all they're gonna do is screw everything up and get us in trouble all the time. Which, to be fair, was not entirely wrong. But the real issue was that the whole reason the Wood Elves were kind of bound in the first place with the forest spirits is that Adenhu the Wise, who was kind of one of the big guys in charge, he was one of the 3 big elders, alongside Coadil and Durthu. He very strongly believed that the important thing about having the really important thing about having the elves is that the elves could help temper the wrath of the forest. Because during the wars against the demons, during all the big, ugly, nasty, epic super battles against the demons of chaos in the very, very earliest days of the catastrophe, the forest of Athel Loren used to be absolutely massive, and it took up a significant amount of the continent. So it went like over the mountains into a little bits like parts of the empire, and it covered most of Bretonia as well. But during the war with the demons, the forest got pushed further and further in until it was just this, or even a little smaller than this. What Athel Loren is today. And Adenhu saw that in order to survive the war against the demons, the elves had started to use nastier and nastier and nastier. They had started to become more like the demons than what they used to be. You know, they had become very, very cruel and particularly nasty creatures who were more brutal and just reflections of the things they were trying to fight against. And Adenhu looked at that and thought, this kind of, like, it was, you know, for him, he was like, this is kind of uncomfortable. Like, I am getting very strong vibes that something is wrong, and we should not be encouraging like this relationship, this behavior.
Dragon's wisdom or strength.
I kind of want to trade this to Miao Ying, but I can't because he's not next to it. Give me money, please.
The storm.
Good, and that'll let me upgrade our outpost with you all the way up. But anyway, so the big issue that Drycha and Coadil had was that they wanted the forest to remain alone. They wanted the forest to remain completely separate, and that it should be able to determine its own destiny. And if it ends up being a horrible, bloodthirsty, nasty mess, well, that's fine, because that's what the forest wants, and that's what the forest is doing. So there's nothing wrong with that, and they shouldn't try and curtail that. Whereas the elves brought balance to the forest, which some factions deeply disliked. You think you can take me? Well, he does have a doom rocket, which could be a problem, but I think we'll be okay. Cole Patterson, thank you so much for the super chat. I think the crew from 40K should be added to fantasy in the Southlands. I made a popular Reddit about it, but I know you don't love when the Warhammers mix. I don't think the crew would be like horribly misplaced arriving in Warhammer Fantasy. I probably would not put them in the Southlands. I would probably put them on an island somewhere. I might put them in the Lost Isles of Elethis, or on one of the islands where the elves have established towers that are like super far removed from the rest of the world, to explain why they've like never been seen before and why nobody knows about them, because they're, you know, they live like way out in the boonies. That being said, because when it comes to the Southlands, if you're gonna add something to the Southlands, I really think it should be another human culture. Should probably be like the first and foremost thing. Would be a human nation that is like very heavily inspired from various myths and legends from African history and culture. You know, take a lot of inspiration from things like the Zulu Empire, as well as a lot of their storytelling and myths. And then you have, because we have a lot of notes about that there are a lot of humans living in the Southlands. We just never get to hear about them. Because they're just, you know, Games Workshop never really wanted to touch any of that or deal with it, because they were obsessed with just the old world. But I think it'd be completely fine for there to kind of be more exotic races that show up in a lot of the unexplored parts of the world, because they're unexplored, so like literally anything could live there. It's very, you know, it is ridiculously unlikely that all of the races of the Warhammer Fantasy world have been cataloged only within the old world. You know, a small snippet of Lustria, and you know, that's really about it. You know, that's hilariously unlikely. Time to play, Skaven! Not very nice. Oh, is there storm vermin? Dryads, hunt them down.
Your orders. Following orders.
Thrap. Next.
Break them!
Way Watchers! For Kurnos!
Hawkeye! Stalking the prey! Death to them!
Children of Athel Loren!
Let's fall back, boys.
Way Watchers! Deepwood host!
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ready! By your command! At once!
Thrap, thrap, thrap. Warp fire throwers. Not in this house.
Listening! Isha!
Ever ready! Yes!
Honestly, those poison wind globes are probably hurting the enemy more than they're hurting me, but whatever.
Forest Stalker!
Way Watchers!
Are you here yet? Oh, there you are.
Ready.
I want this stuff offline.
Archers ready!
Right away! As you say!
Way Watchers!
Deepwood Guardian!
Yeah, you better run, you little shit.
Orders!
Faster!
Orders! Attack!
What are we doing down here?
Word Archers!
Yeah, we're winning. Slowly but surely.
For Isha!
Give ourselves some bonus armor.
Of course.
Let's get a big heal on them.
Anaf Raymer!
At pace! Way Watchers!
Showed up to the wrong house, Skaven. Honestly, if it hadn't been for their Doom Rocket, I don't think we would have really taken any damage. Doom Rocket did most of the hurt that we hit.
Ready to serve.
Why don't you save up to heal yourself?
Way Watchers!
Stalking the prey!
Way Watchers!
Silent Sentinel!
That being said, yeah, if you were ever doing like a transfer program, like I don't know, one of those anime episodes or whatever, of like bringing a race from 40k to fantasy and vice versa. The Kroot would definitely be very high on my list of viable groups to bring from 40k, along with like the Tyranids. I think those all could very easily find homes within Warhammer Fantasy. Just like I think the Skaven would probably, the Skaven or the Lizardmen, I think would find the easiest time migrating over to 40k.
At once!
With haste.
So it was a bit of a mess, but it worked out okay.
For Hecate.
In Texas, Skaven always show up at the wrong house. I don't know, man. With the Skaven's whole thing of like cannibalizing any tech they come across and like using the things they find, I actually feel like Texas would go rather well for the Skaven, because so many Texans have just concerning amounts of guns lying around that they don't secure very well.
Orders understood.
I love miscasting. What do you think is an Age of Sigmar army that can migrate to fantasy? I think just about any of them, to be honest. The ones that would probably do the best would be like the Nighthaunt. Nighthaunt would migrate stupid easy to Warhammer Fantasy. Nighthaunt would have such an easy transference, it wouldn't even be funny. Who else would do a good job? Nighthaunt would be good. I think Auric Warclanes would do fine. Sons of Behemoth would be fine. Most of the Monogod factions would be fine. The Legions of the Everchosen from Slaves to Darkness would do great. Gloomspite Gits would do fine. It's really, it's like most of the Order factions would probably struggle. Like, I don't think Deepkin, I don't think any of the Elf factions would do very well. Because they would change so much to the point where I think it would begin to have like kind of negative ramifications. Like they would kind of, I think they would go so far as to sort of alienate themselves out of how those factions built an identity. So, like, I don't think the Sylvaneth would be able to translate very well. I don't think the Idoneth Deepkin, or the Daughters of Cain, or the Lumineth Realm Lords, I don't think any of them would be able to make the migration successfully. I think they'd all run into problems. But I do think, I mean, the Lizardmen didn't even really change as far as like unit design and stuff. Like, if anything, the Lizardmen and the Seraphon are basically the exact same. But like the Osseric Bone Reapers, the Osseric Bone Reapers would not be able to make the migration. They're too different. And plus, they'd literally be trying to crowd in on the Tomb Kings. Like, obviously, that wouldn't work. At least in my opinion.
foolish, stupid. Up to sword.
Yeah, Sigmarines, the Stormcast Eternals, they would not be able to make the migration. I don't think the Free Cities would either. I think the Free Cities, I love the Free Cities of Sigmar, but they have a very specific set of designs that I don't think would make the translation. Like, I don't think they'd be able to seamlessly fit themselves into the Empire, for instance, or Bretonnia. I think they're just too unique, which is good. Like, that should be what you want. But that's just my opinion. I mean, in my opinion, doesn't really hold all that much weight in the grand scheme of things.
Battle ready.
Kill them all. Your guns tickle.
Deepwood men. I will. Yours to command. To war.
I hear you. Silent sentinel.
Deepwood archers.
Better run, you little shit.
Asrai men.
Haha! Fire gun with the fireball. You'll love to see it.
The forest cool.
Well done, well done.
Ever ready.
I think Free City could be good for a really wacky nation of the Border Princes. That's a fair point. That is a very fair point. Yeah, I could see that. That's true. You'd have to look through their roster just to double check any of like the magical equipment to make sure that's all properly toned down for fantasy. But like, yeah, the like how their armor is designed and stuff, and some of the goofier things like the ogres with little posts on their backs. Yeah, I actually think those could reasonably port over to really hilarious free, border print stuff. You need to gush someone about the Demon Slayer book? Yeah, dude, Demon Slayer is, it's pretty hot. It is pretty hot. I was actually rereading some portions of Demon Slayer the other week, and it's like, man, the final few chapters, like the big finale battle it's so well written and it's so entertaining that it's just dumb. Like, there are a lot of big highlights in the Gotrek and Felix series, but for me, that is certainly one of them. It is absolutely fantastic. Watch your Greenskin Q&A and I had a couple questions after watching it. How smart is Skarsnik? Skarsnik is considerably more intelligent than most humans. Skarsnik is a master level tactician who specializes in ambush warfare. But the thing that's really important about Skarsnik is that Skarsnik has a very, very strong fundamental understanding of his enemies. Like, Skarsnik understands the Skaven better than the Skaven understand themselves. And he is incredibly intelligent. Like, Skarsnik can read and write in multiple languages. He knows how to write. He knows how to read and write in Reichspiel, Khazalid, Queekish, and the Greenskin tongue, which or Goblin tongue, which and I think it's also implied he knows how to read and write and speak Grumbarth, which is the language of ogres and giants. But he's disturbingly intelligent, which is the thing that makes him exceedingly dangerous, is that a lot of people don't expect a goblin to be smart. And that's the one big thing Skarsnik has going for him. Skarsnik is not, in like the grand scheme of things, Skarsnik is by no means that particularly scary of a fighter. Like, he's reasonably competent in a fight, but that's not his ace in the hole. His ace in the hole is his intelligence. And him knowing how people are going to underestimate him because he's a goblin, and him knowing how to make the most out of goblins. You know, he's one of those characters that are debatably the only thing that holds him back is how stupid other goblins are, which is something that frustrates him immensely. Like, there's a whole bunch of notes in stories that Skarsnik appears in where he is trying to use fairly complex tactics or like strategies, and it's exceedingly difficult, not for him but for his little cronies, in that a lot of his followers don't understand the really, like, a lot of the complex topics that he tries to explain to them. Where, like, Skarsnik's room, he has a described bedroom, especially in the end times. And Skarsnik's bedroom is literally just a large collection of... He's got this big wall and a series of tables where he keeps a bunch of maps of all the areas. So he makes and writes all of his own maps of Carrick 8 Peaks, though he occasionally also steals maps from, like, the dwarves and stuff. But he designs a lot of his own equipment that he uses to make tactical decisions and figure out where he needs to be, who he needs to attack, what he needs to do, and all these things, which is just bonkers. And it allows him to get a lot of things done. Allows him to be extremely effective at outmaneuvering his opponents. Because when it comes to sheer tactics, nobody in Carrick 8 Peaks is the equal of Skarsnik. He stands alone. As opposed to like as much as King Be'lakor and Queek Headtaker are genuine threats, which they are not tactical geniuses like Skarsnik is. There's a reason that in Carrick 8 Peaks, for the vast majority of the three-way war between those guys, Skarsnik is in the lead the vast majority of the time. Queek Headtaker becomes a pretty noticeable threat because Queek Headtaker is a very important character in the Carrick 8 Peaks thing, which you'll see when his video comes out relatively soon, actually, because Lawhammer is doing quite well on subs. Once we get to 5,000 subs, that episode comes out. But the thing that made Queek such a hellion for everyone else in Carrick 8 Peaks, but especially Skarsnik, was that Queek flipped the script. They had all understood how the Skaven worked. Like, everyone had it in their head that the Skaven followed, like, a very specific set of laws. And Queek Headtaker took all of those laws and flipped them over on their head. And that's what made him go from being... That's what made the Skaven go from being more of a nuisance to a genuine threat that were just as deadly, if not deadlier, than everyone else. And it's because Queek wasn't cowardly. And he also wasn't a traitor. Like, he wasn't constantly backstabbing the rest of the Skaven or willing to allow the Skaven to lose to fatten his own pockets or whatever. Like, he's borderline impossible to negotiate with, which is how Skarsnik had defeated a lot of the prior Skaven lords, is that he would trick them into entering some kind of negotiation with him, thinking that he could be relied on or tricked, And of course he was, you know, 5 steps ahead of them the entire time. Check memes. Let's see. Having incompetent minions are yeah. You know, well, okay, so looking at this, hold on, let me pull this up where y'all can see it. So looking at this meme here, having incompetent minions ruin your plans, Thanquol and Skarsnik. To be fair, Skarsnik is legitimately held back. Like, 100% undeniably is being held back by how incompetent his followers are. Thanquol doesn't necessarily fall under that. Thanquol often is ruining the plans of his underlings. Where, like, there will be actually fairly good ideas or strategies in play, and Thanquol ends up being the one that actually ruins them. Because he's so paranoid that he thinks that everyone around him is constantly gonna, like, betray him or backstab him, when in reality they're loyal or they're just doing their job that they're supposed to do. And, like, there's nothing weird or secretive going on, but Thanquol refuses to believe that. Like, if you go and read, whenever you sit down to read Gotrek and Felix, Skaven Slayer, you know, the first time they meet Thanquol, one of the things that, if you're really reading and understanding the book, should become very quickly apparent, is that, in reality, the Skaven don't have any intention of, like, betraying Thanquol within Nuln. Like, most of them are just doing their job and doing it well, and then Thanquol literally comes out of left field consistently to cause problems because he doesn't trust the various groups to, like, be loyal to him. He thinks everyone's out to get him, which ends up leading him into a bunch of goofy shenanigans, where he ends up screwing over a pretty staggering amount of the different groups, which is just funny. But I mean, you know, that's Thanquol. That's what Thanquol does. That's what he does best. He's a spiteful little shit that's convinced that he is always right and everyone else is always wrong and everyone else is out to get him. So he tries to preempt them by being like, oh, well, they're going to betray me, but they can't betray me if I betray them first. Not realizing that they were never going to betray him in the first place. But he can't see that because he's, you know, he's Thanquol. And he's a goober. But that's why I love him. Well, it's one of the reasons I love him. It's not the only reason. Thanquol sounds like a younger sibling. He does have what many people would consider to be younger sibling syndrome. You're not wrong. Actually, you have a fair amount of armor piercing damage. I guess we could run you as Willow. In fact, let's switch out our dryads for Willow.
You have orders?
The forest.
Yeah, I want you to go bully village.
Guardian of the Deepwood.
You are going to be a handy little assassin for me. Thanquol is the king of failing upwards. Yes, that is 100% accurate. I would agree with that. he is indeed the king of failing upwards. Doesn't Thanquol summon Scarbrand by accident? Yes, which is an awesome story. It's genuinely hilarious. If there was a Total War Warhammer 4, especially what's happening with Sega/CA, 4 unique campaigns like the Vortex/Realms of Chaos that could explore the East, more like Cathay and Nippon, Eastern Steppes, Lumbria, etc. I don't think there is any reality, unfortunately, in which we get Total War Warhammer 4, as much as I would genuinely love for that to happen. Just because, like, a company like CA thinks they work and think so far in advance that they very, very, very rarely will make reactionary plans. Not always, but it's one of the unfortunately, I think there are so many like projects that they're building up to, especially because like when you really look at what's going on with CA as far as like how they haven't actually really released a you know, they have not released a genuine regular game in a while, like a long while. Like you sit down and do the math on like what games are providing them with income right now and such, and you know, it very quickly becomes apparent that the it's a bit
Athel
weird.
Loren.
You know, clearly they are kind of focusing on other things, for better or worse, depending on how you look at it. And as much as I would love for them to be like, you know what, Total War Warhammer is making us so much money, and it's such a beloved series, and so many people like it, why don't we go ahead and just make a, why don't we just go ahead and make a fourth one, and just really like start exploring things no one ever thought we were going to explore, and just go crazy with it. I would love that. But I don't think there's I just really don't think there's any scenario that would ever happen, because you've also got to remember that
Opening the gates.
hopefully they're going to be revealing some kind of big historical game in the near future, for like, because the historical games really haven't had like kind of a big mainline title in forever. And the other side of that is that it's undeniable, beyond undeniable. Like, if you know where to look and you've got your ear to the ground, like a lot of people do, myself included, it's beyond undeniable that Warhammer 40,000, Total War Warhammer 40,000 is in the works and is being made as we speak. And that game, unless something truly staggering happens, I mean, just completely unexpected, out of left field, no cat, whatever kids say nowadays, unless something deeply, deeply bizarre happens, that is probably going to be the biggest Creative Assembly game ever. Like, that game is probably going to be one of the most successful games ever made for strategy, unless something just totally wild happens. Now, something wild could happen. I'm not saying it won't, but I would be surprised, because the 40k community is quite literally foaming at the mouth to get their hands on like a solid real-time strategy game. And as much as I hate admitting it, the 40k community is just, it's colossal. It's titanic. It is one of the largest fan communities in the world. I don't even know if like I feel like Lord of the Rings is more popular than 40K, but I don't feel confident in that. You know what I mean? That's how big it is. So it kind of falls into that whole thing of I just kind of expect that game is gonna really and truly be the most successful of its kind to ever be made. Just because it's just that popular. Like, it just really is. Like, my goddamn brother has gotten into 40K stuff. Like, he doesn't like play, but I know he's read some of the books because he was asking me about it when I saw him. When I saw my brother. Well, I don't remember how long ago it was, but my brother brought it up when I was visiting him once because he was asking me if I had read. He was asking me if I had read the books about the wolf guy, the wolf character that fights Gazkul. I can't remember his name. Someone in chat will know.
In the woods.
So apparently he's got like a whole little book series. Ragnar, yes, thank you. Ragnar, yeah, because my brother, God bless him, my brother is one of those. He's one of those family members that it comes from a good place, but you know he likes to try and offer advice. You know, he's like, oh, you know, like you do all this lore stuff, shouldn't you start covering this? You know, shouldn't you be covering this like 40K thing because like of everything that's going on with like Henry Cavill and Amazon and everything, like don't you think there's gonna be a lot of money there, and like shouldn't you really start doing that? And you know, I was talking to him and I was like, listen, I was like, first of all, you know, I'm gonna do what I like. Second of all, like while it is what you were saying is technically correct, just because something is popular does not mean I, you know, am going to cover it. Fantasy is what I do. And I just don't really want to deal with 40K. Like I don't like it very much. Maybe one day, you know, I'll check it out. But for right now, you know, I like the lane that I'm in. But it was just funny to me where it's like, damn, it's getting bad when it's like creeping into my personal life.
God King
with my family. That's how you know it is like reaching truly unstoppable levels of popularity
the forest calls.
When I can't even escape it on my free time. Which I will say, I am super interested to see how that's all going to play out. Because like 40K is really, and I don't say this from a place of hate. I genuinely don't. I say this from a place of finding things interesting. But 40K is really starting to reach that point where I think as a universe, there is going to start being some pretty serious pressure from multiple angles for 40K to modernize in some ways, because there are several elements of it that have remained fairly old, like old school, sometimes in okay ways, sometimes in not so okay ways, and I am very curious to see how Games Workshop is going to handle that pressure, because it's kind of one of those things that like the more people that get into it, the more, like, you know, it's like how Valrak always says, of like Games Workshop's going to want to follow the money, right? And they're kind of reaching a point where like the fandom that are like trying as hard as they can and failing in my opinion, but trying to gatekeep the 40K universe, like they're I don't think they're going to be able to hold that as well as they think they are.
Don't even think about it.
We should probably deal with village. I really wish I could give some territory to Zhaoming. That would be very nice. Oh, I think we could wipe out Festus if we strike now. Though Brass Keep is going to be fairly well fortified.
Setting forth.
Not time for you to leave just yet, big man. Okay, these are all fairly upgraded, so that's fine. You, I kind of do want to pick a fight with the dwarves, to be honest. Oh, they have a defensive alliance with him, though. That's not good. All right, I'll just walk through his territory and piss him off.
Stalking. Hunting.
Let's go ahead and give the gate to
Trusted
her,
allies,
just because
what
I
information
can't
do you
defend it.
bring?
And if
The
she can
storm-
defend it, that can actually stop the bleeding of all these factions coming through. Muddled Minds. Oh, that's not very nice. I didn't realize I got hit with that. I would like to be friends with Kislev. Drycha is probably causing us issues on that front, but that's fine. Gatekeeping is a crazy sociopath activity. I agree. I think gatekeeping is a massive waste of time. It is also just, I don't think, I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, I just struggle to really understand well. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like the more people in your hobby, the better. Because the more successful it is, the more you're going to get out of it. And the more you're going to get from it. And the more people you get to enjoy it with. But not everyone subscribes to that. Seki Meki, what's up? How you doing? If Warhammer 40K gets made, what engine do you think they'll use, especially about concerns about the current being spaghetti? I have no idea. I mean, presumably they would use something pretty different, just because a lot of the systems would need to be fairly, like, new in a lot of ways. But I have no idea. I don't understand how engines work. I'm also convinced that the vast majority of the public does not understand how engines work. Based on, like, conversations I've gotten to have with, like, actual devs, I feel like a lot of the times people are like, oh wow, this engine is, like, so terrible and they do blah, 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 and it's like, I don't know if the people that are discussing this actually have any idea what they're talking about, or if they're just, like, spouting out random nonsense. And I am more inclined to believe it is the latter.
Protector of the oak.
Why you no have Longma? I want Longma in my army. Lame. I really want some Royal Hippogriff Knights. That'd be baller. We've got enough stuff to cause some havoc. Let's go cause some havoc. Beastman. Is Tarmacon coming in the next DLC? That seems distinctly possible. I don't think I don't think we know enough to say for sure or not. But I would suggest that is certainly a likelihood. It's either him or Epidemius. It's one of the two of them. I would not be shocked at either. I feel like both are excellent choices for different reasons. It's just a matter of what angle they kind of want to take everything in. But I think both work fantastically as that focus. But we will just have to wait and see, won't we? Do I even want siege equipment? Yeah, some towers wouldn't hurt. What do I think about the old world expansion game that adds old world characters and the rest of the fart? I don't think you're gonna see anything relating to Warhammer the Old World in this game. I do not think that's gonna happen in a million years.
You have my
As much as that would be pretty cool, I think that the Old World is going to very much just be completely its own thing.
So,
and you know, that's kind of all there is to say.
Will bear fruit.
Agreed. Ooh, yeah. Give me that military alliance.
All right.
Who calls?
Ooh.
Be at peace, for that is all I ever want. Empire's blessings, yes.
Cool, we have human friends. Which means I can sell them all this territory around the forest.
I trust our dealings will bear fruit, friend.
What is this? Middenstag. Give me money.
Right.
And then can you afford... I don't think you can afford Mindenheim. No. I'll give you a turn to build up some finances, then I'll sell you Mindenheim. Don't want to give it away for free after all. All right, and this area is coming along quite nicely. Corone has a mission for us. Oh, Festus is alive. Oh, he's like, why the fuck is Festus way over there? I'll take Ikekwa. Ooh, will there be Chaos Elves? Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. I mean, I bet Dakala will make a return. So, you know, there'll be that. I would be quite surprised if Dakala did not make an appearance or a return to the old world. Because that would be a pretty popular character. No, I do not want to be friends with you, I don't think. Would I rather get a Skyrim-style open-world RPG or a Baldur's Gate-style system RPG for Warhammer Fantasy? That's tricky. I think I would rather have more of a Baldur's Gate style to start. I feel like that would do a better job of teaching people the world and allowing them to like really get deeply ingrained with it. However,
I live to serve.
yeah, I would probably much prefer a more Baldur's Gate RPG, because like I would just do the enemy within. Like I think doing the enemy within as a as a campaign story that you play through, because I mean it's a pretty long little story, and it works extremely well, and also would teach people a lot about the world, which I think would be really awesome. That being said, you know, I could certainly go for a Skyrim type game. I think there's a lot of fun to be found in that. I do fucking love Skyrim, like, a lot. So I wouldn't say no to that by any means. Aim more like that. We march on Merigliano. That's a lot of rats. Build the towers. Prepare for battle.
Going forth.
Got 10 turns still on that. Oh. Is Cathay gatekeeping? Against Norskins? Yes. Well, against Chaos, I should say. I guess they're not actually Norskins. Bye, Montfort. Nice knowing you. What do I think about a Vermintide 3 in Lustria? I'd play it. I don't really care where they put it. I would play the fuck out of it, like, literally no matter what. Like, oh, we're going to Lustria? Great. Oh, we're going to the Southlands? Great. Oh, we're going to the Realms of Chaos? Awesome. Oh, we're going to Cathay? Cool. We're going to Nippon? Sign me up. Like, there is literally no bad option to me. Oh, we actually got the ambush off. Delicious. Do I think we'll see Pestigors or other types of beastmen in Thrones of Decay? Yes, I do believe you will see Pestigors, 100%. I would be very, very genuinely upset if we don't get Pestigors. Alright, we're gonna let the malevolent treeman deal with Village and his posse here. Ooh, you know what? Why don't you deal with Ice and the Fallen? It's a nasty little force, ain't it? Go make me proud, boys.
The hunt begins.
Actually, I got a job for you. Okay. Everybody except the treeman, I think. The rest of you are gonna have specific shit I need you to do. No, you can be over here, that's fine.
Bowman, ready? Dauntless Asrai! Ever ready? Orders!
So it begins.
My glorious duty!
Arboris enchants.
Our bows are yours!
Make yourself useful.
Agreed! Blessing of Karnos!
Arboris enchants.
Where is you? Actually, no, that's a stupid idea. That's a much better idea.
Our aim is true!
The Great Hunt!
All right. The demons are pretty far down, which is good.
Archers ready!
Okay, Golden Griffin's almost dead. Village is messing me up pretty good over here.
Blade Captain!
Okay, good job. Why don't you shoot him?
Glory of the hunt!
Let's go after these Doom Knights.
Bowmen ready!
Archers, kill the big monster! Okay, good. Eagle will deal with him. He's got the Swords of Chaos? Jesus.
Deepwood archers!
Alright, Archer should be able to finish him off. Let's get a rebirth on, or regrowth on him.
Ready for battle! Let fly!
Forest spirits to me!
Lead him this way, lead him this way.
Moving out!
Weapons loose!
Following the trail!
You lot, this way. Okay, let's get rid of his Winds of Magic. Fall back.
Blade Captain! Setting off!
Quickly! Bows of Athel Loren!
Get rid of the Knights.
Lady of Loren!
There we wow, we did like no damage whatsoever to village. We were doing absolutely nothing, damn. Let's get rid of the Severed Claw. 'Cause they are definitely an issue.
Rage! Blade Captain! Make a stand! To battle!
Let's see if I can't bully him a bit.
Your orders?
Alright. Pretty good victory, all things considered. They definitely put us through the ringer a bit, but it's alright. Alright, who's in the... You're in the worst shape. Let's get him healed up.
Bowman, ready? Athel Loren!
Oh, we almost got through Village's barrier. Okay, now we're hurting him. Took us long enough. Good work, everyone. It was a very nice, successful ambush. Actually, why don't you dive down on them? Well, it was painful, but we did get victory, so that's the important thing. Wow, only 34 survivors on his side. I'll take that. His name is Durthu, and he speaks for the trees. If you trespass in his forest, he'll break your fucking knees. All right. Nice successful victory there. Hopefully the Cathayans can mop him up. What do you want? Defensive alliance? I don't know. You start fights with people. I'm just going to worry about your Confederation mission. Do I think we'll get the rest of the Far East races in Total War Warhammer 3? I think it is very, 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 very likely that we will get the Kingdoms of End and the Naga of Koresh. I am deeply hopeful that we will get the why did they ask me to join that war? That's weird, but whatever. I am very, very hopeful we'll get Nippon and like the fish people. Those would all be pretty neat, but those are definitely pretty big what ifs. I do like growth, but I also like casualty replenishment, so we'll burn the body. Conjoined, separated. Very nice. Alright. Durthu took so much damage from that escaping plague.
Blood for Cain.
How about you fuck off, Beastman? Yeah, that's what I thought.
For the Cathay.
Durthu's army, or whatever his name is, Ikeclaw's army kind of sucks. We'll move here and see if we can catch him in ambush as he crosses the bridge. Oh. Coming along nicely. I'm just gonna go back in ambush. Yeah, because Nangao actually has a garrison, so I am not super interested in fighting that.
If the forest wills it, I go.
And before I deal with that, I'd rather focus on my jungles. Can I get a spell singer here? I can! Yeah, give me a beast one.
How may I help?
And send her way the hell up here. And then... Alright. Is there anywhere to read lore on Nippon? Not really. Just because the Nippon, technically, yes, there is Nipponese lore you can read up on, but it's from way older stuff. And if Games Workshop decides to do Nippon, they're not going to use that version of Nippon because it was really poorly written to the point that it comes off as like super racist. And I don't think they're just not going to use that. That being said, there are little bits and pieces that are being kind of mentioned about Nippon here and there, thanks to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition. And generally speaking, the best thing I can say right now is that we just don't know a lot about what direction they might necessarily take it in. It is very likely, if they do end up doing Nippon, that it is probably going to be a nation that is extremely potent when it comes to magic. They are probably going to be one of the most magically powerful human races, kind of up there with like Cathay, though in a different form. I think it's likely that they will tie in some interesting threads between Nippon and Cathay. I feel pretty confident in my theory that one of the dragon children, probably the shadow dragon child, actually fled to Nippon at some point, and was either taken in by them or has set up their own situation there. It's hard to say what.
The hunt begins.
That being said, though, it'll be very interesting to see if they end up I shouldn't say if, I should say when they end up tackling Nippon. What's going to be their approach? You know, what's going to be the focuses and the things that they want to prioritize, because there's a lot of different directions they can go with it. But I mean, when you're looking at like old Hammer stuff, you're literally dealing with things like, I was reading the 3rd edition Warhammer Fantasy rule books, which, like, 3rd edition was when Warhammer Fantasy kind of started identifiably becoming it started having its first little bits and pieces of what we would later kind of come to understand as Warhammer Fantasy. And there was literally shit in there like there's a lore tidbit about how there's like humans from all over the world, and they talk about the Empire, but it includes a lore note about the red-skinned humans of Nagaroth, as well as the like the barbaric dark-skinned folk of the Southlands. And like you read and you're like, ooh.
As you say.
It's like nothing like when someone pulls out the Redskins. Yikes.
Defenders of Athel Loren! Death to all!
That did not go well. Run away.
Raid, Captain! An order!
Come on, knock it down.
Your command? It shall be done! Death to all!
Goody.
Raid, Captain!
Orders understood.
Athel Loren Eternal!
She has pretty high capture weight. I'll give her a second. Are these chosen? Yeah, they are.
To arms!
Rude.
The Great Hunt! Orion's Fury!
Warriors of Ariel!
Oh, get after him.
Yes! As you say! As you said!
All right, so falls breastkeep. I will say, so just because I see the comment about it, one of the things that's really interesting is that for modern Warhammer players, a lot of modern Warhammer players feel very confident and strong about the idea that, oh my god, 100,000? Yeah, please. Feel very confident and strongly about the idea that the Dark Elves are representative of, like, Americans or Canadians or, like, you know, a North American power. When what's interesting is in all the conversations that I've had with like former Games Workshop writers and like a lot of the people that created that stuff, I have yet to hear that from any of them, to the point where I've even asked them about it and they go, no, like there's nothing between the Nagarothi and anybody in North America. Like it's just the like they're literally just ripped very different word straight out of Michael Moorcock's Meldemonians, whatever they're called. And if anything, I think if you were here for the Gav Thorpe stream on Lorebeards, Gav was actually talking about that he felt that the Dark Elves were more heavily inspired by Sparta in a conversation of like Sparta versus Athens, with the High Elves being the more of the descendants of Kalidor's line of thinking, representing more of an Athenian design, whereas the Dark Elves feature more of, who follow more after Anarian, were designed more with the ideology of Sparta, which is super interesting. Because like I thought the exact same thing, in that I always felt that the Dark Elves were very, very American, with the whole like giant floating ships, like practically floating cities of doom, you know, being like essentially aircraft carriers, and just all this other stuff. It's interesting to get to talk with the actual authors who wrote a lot of it, and then be like, no, that's ridiculous. And it's like, yeah, but like you can see it, right? Like, we're not crazy. Like, it's like, you know, like there's really strong like naval power, and they have these like literally like floating cities that are like horribly dominant. They have like, you know, they're really like brutal culture, especially if you're trying to think of it as like British designers in the 80s looking at America, like, you know, where they're just awful and evil and have all this like slavery stuff going on and everything. It's like, I mean, maybe it wasn't intentional, but I can, it feels like it was, which I just find very interesting. Please don't declare war on me. Yes, I will pay you a gift. I don't want to fight you. You're big and scary. What is Archaon's most powerful artifact of chaos? Generally speaking, it's usually suggested that the Eye of Shirian in his forehead is his most powerful artifact. Though, I mean, you could argue that his most powerful artifact is the crown of domination, because without it, he's not ever chosen. Like, he has to have the crown. Everything else is optional. But the crown is like, without it, he cannot bind the forces of chaos to his will. And that is technically what makes him the most dangerous, is the fact that he's able to unify the forces of chaos into a single horde and keep control of them and, like, you know, push them against a singular foe. I think many people would agree that is their deadliest aspect, and is what makes chaos truly unstoppable, is that it's, you know, an endless horde that just runs everything over, and nobody can stop it. Which, if that's what you view to be the most dangerous aspect of chaos, then you are very much looking at it from a perspective of, okay, well, in that case, you know, that would mean the Crown of Domination is the real spooky one. But, you know, someone else might argue, no, it's his Mark of Chaos, the first artifact he got, which is the Mark of Chaos Undivided, which, you know, signifies that he is being empowered by each of the Dark Gods instead of just one of them, and allows him to stand as a representative of each of the powers. Which, if you believe that is the most important thing, well, you know, then an argument could certainly be made there. So, but I would say, when it comes to like power and ability to influence the world and be a big evil spooky dude and yada yada yada, I would say it is, I would argue that it's the Eye of Shirian, because it's the Eye of Shirian that allows Archaon to even use magic, and it also is what makes Archaon's physical prowess go from being incredibly potent to virtually unstoppable, because the Eye of Shirian allows Archaon to see the future in like very snapshot levels of detail. So he's able to actively, second by second, be able to figure out what you're going to do and dodge or parry you, regardless of how fast you are or how skilled you are in combat, because he's able to react to what you're doing literally as you're making the decision, which in many ways makes him functionally unstoppable as a melee combatant. Alright, Village, I'm here to finish you off. Who do I think the characters of Lawhammer would play in Vermintide 2? Well, Luitpold would 100% play Saltspire. Undeniably. Wait, do you mean the players or the characters? Because you said characters, so I'm assuming you mean what you said, but I just want to double check.
Our bodies and charms.
Our bows are yours.
Don't really want to fight in all these puddles, but I don't really have an option, so here we go. Oh, we lost a unit of Dryads. That's unfortunate.
Our bodies.
Okay, so we learned last time that killing village is not really easily doable. So we will try and probably save him for last.
Bowman ready.
Our bodies and charms. Cameo. Sindra.
Would you land? Thank you. Actually, I lied. Go after them.
The woods rage.
Ow!
Raid, Captain. Our bows are yours. Fire! Raid, Captain.
We need to like isolate village.
The hunt begins. Deepwood archers.
Let's get rid of all of his little friends first.
Hand of the forest.
He's got friends coming.
Bows of Athel Loren. For the eternal realm.
Y'all hit him? No, probably not.
Archers ready. Athel Loren eternal.
Let him have it.
Bowman ready.
Actually, no, save that.
At pace. Deepwood archers.
Alright, ignore them. We'll let our archers deal with this
Our bows
bullshit.
are yours.
How? How are you still alive? got like 0 leadership and you're still fighting. Shits.
Foes of Athel Loren! Highborn Captain ready! An honor! Archers ready!
Alright, let's get on that. Okay, the Knights of Immolation are hopefully dealt with. We gotta go get on those horrors, dude. Dudes. Characters. Allies.
Bowman ready!
Y'all want to get rid of these chariots. Get rid of all the. We need to get rid of all the stuff that moves quickly. Ugh, I'm gonna fall back.
Lead guard commander! For the
Okay, yeah, you chase them off. I want you lads to focus village, and the rest of y'all to just abandon village. Just leave them. Shoot him.
Ready for orders!
Fire hurts. I need to run that way.
Defenders of Athel Loren! Lead captain!
Actually, I lied. Do that. Well, that didn't work. Okay.
Lead captain!
These characters are so hard to get rid of.
Athel Loren! Loose! As you say! The great hunt!
Help me deal with these.
Attack! Our bows are yours!
Actually, no, I need you down here for your buffs. Also, your pendulum.
Deepwood archers!
Oh, that was tasty. Okay, Manticore Lord is gone. The chariots are pretty much gone.
Archers
The enemy cavalry is gone.
end them!
I don't want those trolls coming back. Get rid of them.
Foes of Athel Loren!
I'd like to get off the dwellers, but that's not going to be easy. Everyone's fighting to the bitter end, doing quite well. I'll take it easy. Help me with these demons.
Archers ready!
Oop, look out. Ow, that really fucking hurt.
Straight away! Let fly! Dauntless Asrai!
Y'all can just leave. Where are you? Okay, you did good. Get your butt over here. Come around that flank. Dwellers time, baby! Actually, y'all are clear to just charge them in the back.
Bodies and charms.
There we go. That cleared out a lot. Pop that little area. The little tumor it is.
Bodies and charms.
Make yourselves useful. Alright, that's another general taken down.
Athel Loren! Athel Loren!
I'm gonna chase off this big old mess. Victory! Okay, there we go. All right, mop them up. Run them down, boys and girls. Run them down. The fields of Cathay have been watered with chaos blood. They'll grow in well. What a mess. I'm just staring there, get after it. Pew pew pew. Alright. You put a little bit of hurt on Village, not a lot, but a little. Okay, good, 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 good. A nice, solid massacre to soften up Nengao. Dark elves aren't evil, just misunderstood. I'll agree to disagree. I think that's... Andy, I think, subscribes to that theory as well, and I vehemently disagree with him. Don't do Warhammer in high school, people will think you're schizo. That's not true. I did Warhammer in high school and nobody thought I was weird. Well, okay, people thought I was weird, but that was unrelated. It wasn't because of the Warhammer. A lot of people actually thought the Warhammer stuff was pretty cool.
It shall be effortless.
Plus, there are way worse things they could be spending their money on, right?
Protector of the realm.
Bow before the rightful lords of the realm, and I will hear.
For them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. Shrycha is ours! Hey, we even got a malevolent tree man out of it. Which is actually very genuinely difficult. They normally get converted. Oh, we got Coadil! Oh, baby, we got Coadil. Okay, chat, we need to do a poll. We need to do a poll, chat. Do we put Coadil? No. Hello? Okay, good night. How is that open? 1 second. Sorry about that. Apparently one of my doors was open. Okay. Let's see. Start a poll. What army should Coadil join? Durthu. Shrycha. All right, there we go. So we've got Coadil, but there should be a poll up now that you can all see to decide where Coadil should go.
I trust our dealings will bear fruit, friend.
Can you afford Midnheim now? Yes, you can. It's all yours.
Very well.
What units did we lose? Oh, we lost a... So we lost a unit of Blade Singers, and we lost the Regiment of Renown, who we're waiting to free up. See, the Griffin Wood is now ours. Sure, I'm fine with this. Look at all these malevolence. Get rid of the Glade Captain. Get rid of this Glade Captain. Gonna get... don't want to keep the Waystalker? Sure, we'll keep the Waystalker. We got her, boys. We got her. She didn't make it easy. Why does Drycha hate elves so much? Because she blames the elves for the destruction of her glade. Her glade. Okay, I know we're voting on it right now, but just because I need the power to kill Festus, we're gonna have Kodo join her just for now. Just for now. We will split them up according to the vote later. But for right now, we're gonna have them together. Just until we get Festus killed. Yeah, okay, let's try and ambush him somewhere. That'll probably work a little better. Can I put... Oh, yes, I can make the Drycha one of our lords. Haha! Drycha has been officially declared an ancient. Oh my gosh. Those guys have got all sorts of cool stuff. Okay, we're gonna be fighting a lot of chaos stuff, so I want a lot of armor piercing. But we'll do a little bit of a mix. So I think we're gonna go... I think we're gonna mix birch and willow. I don't think I want to go oak. I think we're really just gonna go willow and birch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you're all gonna go birch. So I can rip Chaos Warriors limb from limb. Alright, we're gonna bring this dude down so that the two of them can like trade a bunch of units. And hopefully I will get the dilemma sooner rather than later that will let me placate Kislev.
Tsarina of all Kislev, and you are less than nothing.
Yeah, cool. How about I join your war against Kolek? Okay. All right. Okay. That's the foundation of a good relationship.
All Kislev thanks.
Because I don't really want to fight her.
God King of Deepwood. Abyss Gambi Yasua.
What matters do you wish to lay before the Everqueen?
All right, we're gonna start bribing Alariel to like us because I need her to like me so that I can get the benefits from her roots. Because she controls like pretty much all of them.
We have met before.
Hmm.
How may I help? We shall unearth great relics.
I think it's about everything we can do right now. Oh, I could give... What does this do? +1 cavalry to all characters. I do like that. I could hand over Massive Oracle to Bretonia. Or here, I'll give him Gisero. I really do not want Gisero.
Come forward.
There you go. Give me money. Oh, that's all you can give me? Fine, I'll keep it. I don't want your... That's a pittance. Do the High Elves think less of the Wood Elves? Yes, absolutely. The High Elves think way less of them. The High Elves literally see them as like disobedient, wayward colonists. Okay, so we got the ambush. This is going to be a little spicy. We don't have any shooting, so I'm a little worried about... He has a lot of single entities. Oh, excuse me, we have one archer. It's so nice to see Kodo. Wow, he's like starting almost on top of his runaway zone, which is kind of hilarious. Fleeing is not allowed. And absolute chaos.
Battle ready. Following orders.
Yeah, you just focus Uncle Fur Uncle. Let's get rid of all the demons. Surround it. I should probably go kill him. He's got 2 Chaos Shrines? Good God. Ooh, run away.
Going forward. Forest Stalker. Hiding in wait. At once. Right away.
is the demon spew? Oh, they already gone? Yeah, they're pretty much already gone. Okay. Let's hit... Sure, let's hit Uncle for Uncle with that. Run!
Stalking the prey.
Oh, this is an absolute clusterfuck. God, he's gonna have so much healing.
Silent Sentinel. At once. Deepwood Guardian. Anathema.
Alright, get rid of that Beast of Nurgle. Alright, Drycha is beating up Festus slowly. What was that, arrows? Okay, this unit of Plague Bearers was summoned, so they're about to die. Which will leave Festus a lot more exposed to Drycha.
Waystalker ready.
Trying to get rid of all these chaos shrines. Let's exhaust the giant. Okay, there's a war shrine gone. Y'all come around this flank. Into the giant. Okay, that war shrine's broken, so why don't you dive in on that?
I will.
Make yourselves useful. Okay, so they shouldn't have any more regen. Well, except for Festus, of course, but hopefully I can get Festus down quicker. Let's see if we can get Uncle for Uncle next.
Ready.
Everything hurts. Okay, I need to have Drycha fall back. She's getting a little 2v1'd here.
Your orders.
Okay, Uncle for Uncle's about to go down. Coadil is smacking the shit out of him. I'm gonna fall back.
Awaiting orders.
Get on the beast here. Actually, you know what, Coadil? Yeah, finish off the giant. Jump on the Beast of Nurgle. Oh, my bears. Just get a little bit of extra bonus damage. Bring it down, bring it down! It's got 200 health left. Okay, the giant's dead. Oh, Drycha. Actually, did he just cast what I think he casts? Oh no, it's pest. Okay, it's just my asthma. It's fine. My army has been ground into a fine paste. Okay, one little charge ought to get rid of her. Kotal's just gonna manhandle everything. Whew! That was a bit of a brutal fight. Get him, Kotal. I don't even want to think about how many of my units are like perma-dead. And we'll let Kotal just mop him up. He's just gonna whip that fat boy till he's dead. So falls Festus. We lost 1, 2, at least 3 units of Malevolent Dryads. Which faction has the happiest giants? Greenskins. Greenskins have the happiest giants that like willingly join them. Oh no! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them died. Oh. We won, but at what cost? Good morning from DK. Where's DK? Do we know how much bigger the Warhammer world is than ours? I want to say... I think there's a number out there somewhere. I'm trying to... I don't recall it off the top of my head. I know it's a multiple. Oh, Denmark. Ah, well, good morning to you as well. Scent of Blood's actually not going to be that great on her. Nor is Dark Heart, because I'm not actually going to have any of these units, unfortunately. As cool as they are. Let's take Nature's Vengeance. And... Natural Order is pretty good, but let's take Shifting Woods. No? I'm taking Indoctrinator. The Unseelie Court. Exiles Return. Lore of the Forgotten. God damn, he's so good. He's such a simple character, but he's so fucking powerful. Give me Doombolt. All right, I think we can finish off good old Festus here and be done with him. Oh, nope, he's still alive somewhere, but not here. Give me Pendulum for if we have to fight hordes. You are gonna haul ass down to where I am to meet with me. Where is my... Ah, there it is. If the Warhammer world is larger, does it have higher gravity? It might. That is certainly a distinct possibility. Paul says Kodo should stay with Drycha. I see that. Hey, Sadie girl, what are you doing? Hi. Hi, princess. Chat, do y'all want to say hi to Sadie? Y'all want to say hi to the puppy? Sadie girl, look. What's this? What are you doing, big girl? Huh? What are you doing? What? Huh? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Huh? She's like, why are we still awake? We should be in bed. Yeah. Big girl. You just gonna take a nap? Yeah, big yawn. What? Hmm? What? Okay. Get the camera out of your face. Yeah, you're a good girl. Yeah, Sadie doesn't actually come by streams that often. So y'all got a rare treat. Make sure to enjoy it. Main.
You have my undivided attention.
Dang it. It is going up though. Yeah. You know what? We're not going to do that because I feel like Grunberg's not long for this world. Let's see.
I trust our dealings will bear fruit, friend.
How about I give you Kroonwald?
Sigmar's will.
Good, good, good. More money for me. Oh, I can't get that building yet, can I? Because I need to do the control. The nice thing is I own the vast majority of this territory, so that's cool. No, you're all beat up. Okay, why don't you go heal in Quinnell's for a bit?
I live to serve Ariel.
Where'd those beastmen go?
Going.
Beastmen?
You have my blessing.
They were around here. Suspicious. Is there lore beers this week? There should be. There might not be. It depends on how Andy's schedule works out. Which reminds me, I should message him. Random, if you see this, did Vlad ever say anything to Manfred during the end times? Oh yeah, yeah. Manfred and Vlad talked a lot during the end times. Yes, they had quite a few conversations. To basically break down what they talk about, to put it very simply, it essentially boils down to that Manfred has a pretty serious, like, I guess you would call it inferiority. Why does that sound weird? But he has a bit of a complex when it comes to his father in darkness, being Vlad. And Manfred worries a lot about not being able to escape Vlad's shadow. And Vlad, a lot of their conversations kind of revolve around Vlad kind of cheekily giving Manfred advice, while also, you know, them having the whole thing looming over their heads that at the end of the day, like, Vlad still very deeply cares for Manfred. Like, he genuinely sees him like a son, and he cares about him a lot. But Manfred is sort of obsessed with the idea that Vlad does not love him, that Vlad, like, hates him, because, you know, Manfred knows that Vlad knows that Manfred was the one that betrayed him during the Vampire Wars, which led to Vlad von Karstein obviously being killed by the Empire, because once they figured out his weakness of stealing the ring, because Manfred told them, and then Manfred was also the one who enabled the thief that stole the ring, because he was supposed to essentially be on guard duty and purposely did everything in his power to make sure that Vlad would get killed. But, like, from Vlad's perspective, it's like he doesn't hate his son for being that way. Like, you know, I think it would definitely be I don't think it would be a stretch to say that I'm sure Vlad would have preferred if his son didn't betray him. But Vlad is still very much kind of like a father figure, and, like, genuinely does care very much about Manfred and wants the best for Manfred, as odd as that may sound. You know, I think a lot of people look at Vlad, they're like, oh, Vlad must want to, like, rip Manfred limb from limb, without realizing that, like, you know, for him, he does 100% genuinely see Manfred as his, you know, his descendant, so to speak. So he doesn't really, like, hate him or wish to destroy him or whatever. For him, it's a more nuanced discussion that's a bit more complex, which is interesting. Because, you know, a lot of people really hate Manfred, but Vlad is not one of them. There's a whole thing there of their relationship and how they treat one another and look at one another, and, like, Vlad genuinely trying to do his best to communicate with Manfred and to, like, get through to Manfred that, you know, he doesn't hate him and he genuinely wants what's best for him, but Manfred just can't see it. Manfred is way too obsessed with the idea that his father hates him and is, like, just looking for a moment to kill him. So he's, like, always on guard and always afraid, and it's kind of sad. Like, the more you look at it, the more sad it is. I mean, some people may look at it and be like, well, you know, Manfred sucks, so get fucked. But, you know, there's interesting, there's interesting discussion to be had there. I guess those beastmen died, because I don't see them anywhere. Do we want to attack now? Yeah, we'll starve him out a little longer. Is Manfred short-sighted? Yes. Short? Yeah.
Guardian of the Deepwood.
I would say Manfred, when it comes to matters of like Vlad and Nagash, Manfred is very short-sighted. When it comes to humans, he's quite, like, he's not, I would say. Oh, he's in Talabheim. Okay. Now, I should note that's only one interpretation of Vlad. There are other interpretations where Vlad's not quite that good of a father figure. It just depends on which version you're reading. Does the Forest of Lorelorn have dryads? In most versions, yes, there are dryads that live there. Depending on which, there are two versions of the lore that, oh, there they are. There are two versions of the lore that kind of address forest spirits across the world. So you can run with either version. One version, when talking about forest spirits,
The forest disapproves.
works under the idea that because the old ones created the Athel Loren, Athel Loren is the only place in the world that has forest spirits like that. So all of the forest spirits that you meet everywhere else in the world are essentially like extensions. So they are, so like you're dealing with, like Athel Loren forest spirits that have chosen to move to, Lara Lorne, or forest spirits that have chosen to move to Avalorn, etc., etc. And there's like a fair amount of lore that kind of supports that kind of storyline. But there are other sources that say, older sources especially, that say that no, these places that have enough magical power have developed their own unique forest spirits, because they're just such magically powerful places, and so they kind of formed all of these naturally over time on their own. So it depends on which version you want to go with. I personally prefer the version where Athel Loren is very unique in that it is the only forest that managed to develop that whole system. But I'm also like a very well-known hashtag slut for the old ones, so like I tend to prefer the old one narrative whenever I'm looking at stuff. So but you know, not everyone's gonna agree with that. Some people would rather have a focus on other aspects. Yeah, get rid of that Waystalker. You can go join his army.
Stop them.
I want a branch wraith. Cluster of Radiance is actually not bad. But that being said, it's fairly well established consistently in the lore that the different forests do also have their own forest spirits, whether they be, you know, forest spirits that came from other forests that migrated to Larlorn, for instance, or if they're spirits from somewhere else. So like or, you know, spirits that like naturally occurred there. There is no right or wrong answer. It's just kind of a matter of which version you would want to run with. Nangao is mine, and I'm not going to hang on to it, but I'll sit here and look pretty for just a moment. Because we're going to give this to perhaps Zhao Ming if he takes a spot. Well, I guess it doesn't matter which one of them we give it to. Oh, the Jungle of Xi'an is almost ready for its ritual. So I should probably actually head home soon. Book of Ages is actually coming along quite nicely as well.
Lord of the Forest.
Isn't it past my bedtime? I'm sorry, are you my dad? No? I will do what I damn well please, thank you very much. Can I get Weight Watchers locally? Yes, I can. It'll be much faster. I guess we could recruit a temporary lord here just to deal with the... Oh, nice! We have a malevolent tree lord we can hire. Yeah, sure. Why don't you build up a temporary force to deal with what's coming. And then I want you to do this. Will I capture the forest below Blackfire Pass? Yeah. Eventually. Like, we've pretty much wrapped up the Cathayan forest, so that's probably where I'm going to send this guy. Because I no longer care about Cathay. Since we've dealt with things. So, Sotek, you talked about how you want Be'lakor to be a Demons of Chaos character, but are there any other characters who could be Demons of Chaos Legendary Lords? For undivided Demons of Chaos? Not really, unless you decide to dive into, like, some really, really niche ideas. Because there's no such thing as, like, an undivided demon. Well, that's not true. There's... Within Warhammer Fantasy, there are no big bad undivided demons that are explored within the lore. They undeniably exist, and though, to be honest, they're probably less undivided and more just demons that are represented by a power that's so minor compared to the other four major powers that it seems like they're undivided, but in reality they're just representing like a smaller force, like a god of baked potatoes or something.
Well done. This forest's health has improved enough to enable a ritual of rebirth, which will permanently guarantee its rejuvenation. But beware. Hostile forces will attempt to disrupt the ritual.
Yeah. The exiles of Nehek are dead? Then who took over that forest? The dwarfs did? Oh no. I could send Durthu to the forest ritual, but I'd rather blow up Skaven Blight. That sounds way more fun. Oh, I didn't need to pick that option, but I guess that's fine. Especially considering I have her in this army. That's weird. I don't know when I chose that, but whatever, it's fine. Not the end of the world. Oh, that's right, we confederated him. That's why. We'll sit here like, what? Honestly, I kind of think I want to... no, it doesn't matter, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, let's get a Rikial. Yeah, I guess we'll give this to her.
Enter.
It is her capital.
Nangal's defenses are lowered for you.
Here, have Nangal back.
I will.
You're welcome. Try not to lose your shit from now on.
Shall unearth great relics.
Alright, we're just gonna work on a defense force. Valiant defeat? What? Ooh, this will actually be an interesting one. That's a pretty gnarly Norska army. Not bad. All right, let's do this. Yeah. There we go. Oh, but anyway, so for Undivided, you really have to do demon princes. Like, they're the only consistently big bad demons that are undivided. However, that actually gets a little messy, because the problem is that in the history of Warhammer Fantasy, there was actually a good long while, that being, I want to say it was 7th and 8th edition, ran with the lore notes that the only undivided demon prince in all of existence, so the only one, was Be'lakor. That's it. Be'lakor was exclusively a undivided demon prince. If you go back to 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy, you will actually find some notes that say, no, he's not the only one, he's just the first one. So, but what that means is that earlier editions, not always, but generally speaking, tended to have a lot less characters in their books. Often the characters would come from like books that exclusively focused on just adding characters to rosters. So what this kind of resulted in was that the idea of undivided demon princes kind of got buried in Warhammer Fantasy, and we just didn't have any characters that fit that bill anymore. They were functionally kind of eradicated from the setting, because the writers decided to alter it so that Be'lakor was alone. He was the only one of his kind, which is actually like quite interesting. So that is why, like, when looking at the Demons of Chaos as like a standalone faction, it can actually be quite difficult to fill in additional characters. You know, it's basically Be'lakor and Daniel, and that's it. That's literally all it is. There's nobody else, and it's just because that Warhammer Fantasy did away with the idea that you could have multiple demon princes that were undivided for the longest time. Especially because when you're dealing with Warhammer Fantasy, anything before 5th edition is like, well, that's not 100% true. Like 4th edition, some things fit, but it definitely struggles a bit. But like a lot of what we understand as Warhammer Fantasy nowadays is 6th edition onwards. There are little tidbits that you can find from like 5th edition that fit like decently well. But like pretty much everything from 4th edition, with some minor exceptions, is useless. And then anything before 4th is just totally useless. Like there ain't diddly squat from 3rd edition that's really gonna help you. And then first and 2nd edition basically have nothing. But like, so it was really interesting to see that CA actually altered the lore quite significantly, turning back the clock in a sense, to taking it back to older lore by saying, yeah, no, you can absolutely have demon princes that are just undivided, just like Be'lakor. Which, you know, is fine. I don't think that's good or bad. It just is.
Battle ready.
Archers ready!
Seeking quarry.
Hey, Dimitar, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm still not over the fact that Words of Chaos Demon Princes are better than Daniel. Daniel's a very bizarre character. And I think it's just because the way they designed him was not particularly well thought out. In the sense that his design is his design is significantly more reliant on the idea of using it's much more reliant on the idea that he is your entire faction. Like, there is no great discernible difference between Daniel the character. How do I say this? As cool as I think the concept behind Daniel is, of like build a demon prince and you get to go super hardcore in depth with it, I really am not a fan of the fact that they made it so heavily focused on Daniel himself, where he is really the only thing that matters in the entire faction. Like, he is your tech tree, he is your legendary lord, and he kind of like represents every single aspect of your entire army, which I don't think is good. Like, I think that's a really, really bad thing. And it causes way more problems than it should, because since there's all of this crazy focus on only Daniel, and literally just, you know, nothing else matters, it results in this issue where, like, you have an entire faction that is purely dependent on a singular character and how you end up designing that singular character, which I just don't think is like great design, especially because, like, it has this whole thing of you get locked into following certain like builds because Daniel is your tech tree on top of like everything else. So like, if you make a decision with Daniel, well, that's gonna change your entire playthrough, which I don't know, I just don't like it. I just don't like it. He's a weird character that is, I think he's just over restricting. They did not need to make it where Daniel was so punishing. If you like, he's so critical to everything that's happening. You know, it's like, I wish I could design my faction how I want, while also being able to design Daniel how I want, instead of the way that it is, where I have to basically make all of my decisions revolving around Daniel. You know, it's like, if I had a tech tree, then I could do things like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna build Daniel as like a Cornate Demon Prince, and he, like, sure, he should make the Cornates in his army really badass and epic and stuff. Like, he should be like an Uber General or an Uber Fighter. And that's kind of the main decision making you're doing, is, do you want to kit out Daniel to be like a super god tier general, or do you want to kit out Daniel to be like a super god tier warrior or wizard? And instead it's like, well, okay, what flavor or what what sub-faction are you going to focus on within Undivided, or within the demons, right? Are you going to be a Khorne player, an Undivided player, you know, or whatever? Like, that's the whole focus, and I hate it. Like, that's why I want Be'lakor so badly, because Daniel isn't really Undivided Demons of Chaos. He's demons where you pick what direction you want your demons to go in, but he's not truly like Undivided, whereas Be'lakor I feel would be truly Undivided and would also have like a tech tree and all of the other really fun things that, you know, we consider fundamental to the various races. There's a mission for Demons of Chaos to research 8 techs. Yeah, I know, but that's just a generic mission that every single faction in the game gets. So, like, yeah, obviously giving it to Daniel was an oops, but it's literally just because they gave it to everybody.
Eager and ready. Yes.
And Throg actually definitely put up a bit of a fight there at the end. Did not appreciate that. Evening from New Zealand. Well, hello there, Peanut Monster. God, I want to go to New Zealand so bad. It is so high on my bucket list, it's not even funny. I think it's like the next really big thing I want to do is go to New Zealand. Such a pretty country. Yeah. Does Be'lakor deal with other demon princes? Yeah, he does. Be'lakor deals with a lot of different folks. He deals with demon princes and demons in general. Those are his, like, usual lackeys.
Athel Loren.
You start making our tree lords a little better at fighting. Oh, she rides a unicorn now. How lovely. Why do demons follow the outcast Be'lakor? Because Be'lakor can offer them incredible amounts of power. Also, Be'lakor is the first and oldest of the demon princes, and he has an immense amount of power given to him by all 4 of the dark gods. So he has a very unique hold over a lot of them. And Be'lakor, furthermore, as the Lord of Shadows, or Master of Shadows, the Dark Master, Lord of Shadows, he is a conniving, clever little bitch, and he has figured out a ton of demons' true names. Like, he knows a lot of demons' true names, so he is able to force a lot of them to serve him, whether they would like to or not. But a lot of entities and individuals will willingly make bargains with Be'lakor because there are things he can offer them. He can offer power, He can offer a lot of secrets. He can offer, he also, like, Be'lakor has probably, of all of the demons that exist, Be'lakor probably has the absolute best understanding of how the mortal dimension works. Like, how the different rules interact, that determine, like, you know, if you're a demon trying to get into the mortal dimensions, Be'lakor is often who you want to be bargaining with, because he understands things that you never will. He understands how to get revenge on the mortals that banished you. He understands a secret little trick that can allow you to regenerate faster and appear in the mortal realms without your god's explicit permission or know-how. He understands mortals because he used to be one. And ultimately, he's just an incredibly sinister force that wields a staggering amount of power. And at the end of the day, there are almost endless tides of demons that want power for whatever reason. And a lot of them are willing to work with the likes of Be'lakor in order to get what they want. And he is more than happy to take advantage of that.
Athel Loren Eternal!
Take your time, Throg. I'm just gonna keep healing.
Deepwood archers!
Deepwood men!
Why don't you slow down and lose all that armor?
Awaiting orders.
Wait your turn. Zotes, smash.
Children of Athel Loren! The hunt begins!
I'm just gonna keep healing. In Sotek and Road of Skulls, I never quite understood the relationship between Garm the Gorewolf and his Tzeentchian cousins. He seems able to suppress his corn rage. So... Wait, are you saying that you don't understand why... Or that... Rephrase that for me. What aspect of it confused you? Would Coadil be willing to trust the Zotes? I think Coadil would be willing to manipulate them. I don't think Coadil trusts anybody. Except for, like, Drycha. Yeah, I wouldn't say Coadil trusts anybody. I don't think that is in his wheelhouse.
Lord of the Forest. I will make it so.
Come back here!
with my spear. Yes, the hunter.
I do like higher ambush chance. Take him. Go finish off that nerd. I would like a spell singer in your army so you get the buff. Oh, I can't get spell singers here. That's fine. We'll get one later. Oh, how binding him to a slaughter brood allowed him to not go blind with fury all the time. So basically, often the idea behind a slaughter brute is that it is a binding relationship that often that it requires an immense amount of control and power. Often, like, the best and baddest Chaos Lords are the only ones that can survive the experience, because being bound to a slaughter brute comes with a lot of difficulties. But it's been a while since I've read the book, but depending on how it's written, it could be looked at from the avenue of that Garm just has so much personal control that he is able to, especially with like his brother's assistance, you know, kind of providing like support either through his sorcery or other means, is able to keep himself grounded well enough through sheer willpower that the slaughter brood is not affecting him. Or if the author is trying to argue it from the other angle, that the slaughter brute, being bound to the slaughter brute in and of itself, is what is allowing him to stay grounded. I don't really see how that one would work as well, unless you were trying to argue something along the lines of maybe the like the slaughter brute is something within the magic of the binding itself, the ritual that formed the binding, causes a lot of the rage that Garm feels, or the rage that the slaughter brute feels, to kind of be dissipated along the journey to the kind of psychic connection that they share, therefore allowing both of them to be far more controllable than they otherwise would. Yeah, go Garrison. Alright. I need you to make all haste for the south, because I want to take over that forest.
The Western provinces bid you a warm welcome.
There you go. Alright, Cathay is back in Cathayan hands, except for my little port here, which I'm keeping. Is Mary Lando a special one? No?
I fear no one. For the
Step. Dead Beastman. Delicious.
I thirst for the hunt.
This army should be good enough. Let's go get my spear. Oh yeah, this one's the trader elves. Yeah, this should be pretty easy with this army. Sotek, love what you're doing with Andy Law in regards to the winds of magic. How is Dar different from the lore of Tzeentch? Is Dar like toxic sludge and Tzeentch like nuclear weapons? The best way to think of it is that Dar is just very heavily compressed magic that has kind of corrupted into this really caustic material. But kind of often the best way to look at it is that where you could argue that the lore of Tzeentch is an evil lore, right? It is a very mutated sustenance that comes from Tzeentch himself. Like the lore itself is an embodiment of the chaos god Tzeentch's power, will, and magic. It's basically allowing Tzeentch himself to manipulate aspects of reality. Dark magic is neutral. It's not evil. It's just a very powerful corruptive force. Whereas, you know, I would far more heavily argue that Tzeentch and his form of sorcery is evil. It is significantly more nasty. I don't know why all of the wood... I feel like every single one of the Wood Elf maps that involves the Oak of Ages is always backwards. And they'll usually fix it for like maybe a patch, and then you'll blink and the next patch it'll be reversed again. It happens a lot. All right, we've got our knights from the associated realms, or the various realms. And then I've got all my other knights that we're gonna send crashing in on the flanks. Don't forget these quest battles usually have someone come from behind. That's fine. I'm not worried. We're so heavy and cavalry focused that if someone tries to come from behind us, we'll literally just turn around and punch them in the face. Let's get to it. Yeah, you can tell they're not supposed to be here. It's like some of these guys are literally caught in spots you can't actually deploy in, which is really funny.
Riders of Athel Loren.
We understand. Yes.
Get y'all over here. Because, like, I'm pretty sure that is... Wait, can I go down there? Yeah, no, you can't go down there.
Warriors of Ariel. It shall be done. Orders understood. Highboard captain ready.
Bretonians, make yourselves useful. I don't know if I can get down there, but I'm going to try. For the lady!
Shenyang's faithful!
And Xinyan!
It shall be done!
Orion! For the Asrai!
Sisters of Morn! All is possible.
With haste!
Dauntless Asrai!
Now I'm getting shut up.
Blade Riders! Ever ready!
Pull back! I will.
Jade Lancers! Wild Riders! Armed and ready! For the Eternal Realms!
Sisters of Thorn!
Wild Riders!
Swiftly!
Pull back!
Very well!
Oh, good, it landed.
Son of Kronos!
Withdraw!
And we're going to take quite a few casualties. That's okay, though.
Ready to ride! With infinite pride! With pride! Attack!
Grail Knights are doing very, very well.
Cavalry! To war! Break them! Wild Riders!
Orion! For the Glades!
Withdraw! Blade Riders!
Orion!
Riders ready! Jade Lancers!
So it'd be notably easier if I was not being forced to attack the Yoke of Ages. Attacking the Yoke of Ages is notably more difficult.
Orion!
Withdraw!
Alright, the dragon's dead. Yeah, okay. We just gotta...
We grow restless!
Oh, y'all went underwater. Nice. I've got aquatic knights.
Jade Lancers! The Celestial Faithful!
They're blubbing down there.
Orion! I will!
Hand of the forest!
Your command?
As you say.
She's probably dead, but whatever.
Hungry for battle! Jane, hear me! Issa will...
Are my guys going underwater? What is happening?
Blade Captain!
Oh my sweet Jesus.
Strength of summer!
Oh, they're going through the hills. Oh, they're going up the hills. Oh, okay, they're okay.
Blade Captain!
Bro, they're acting like an actual ghost unit. They're just teleporting through the terrain. You'll love to see it. Okay, we gotta get that tree man under control.
The great
The terrain's more like guidelines.
Blade Captain!
Lord of the Hunt! King in the woods!
We are ready!
Face the dragon!
What do you mean?
Orion! Poet would agree!
Better ready! We obey!
Strength of Kronos!
Blade Captain!
Unbreakable! Destroy all! Eager for battle!
We're just teleporting all through the
Hungry for battle!
Blade Riders!
Everybody knows terrain's not real.
Orion!
If you could just poke the tree man.
We serve the lady!
What? Oh my sweet God.
Jade Lancers, fight as one!
Your command!
Amazing.
Blade Captain! My glorious duty!
Thunk, 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 thunk. And people say this isn't the greatest game of all time.
Ready for the hunt! Unbreakable!
That Tree Man's dead.
I will crush them!
Alright. It cost us literally everything. But we managed. That was so silly. Oh my good God. No, it's Skyrim mounts. Ah, that explains it. The Spear of Kurnos.
I will make it so. Lord of the Asrai.
I also want them to release an update for the Wood Elves at some point that gives Orion the ability that when he actually uses his hunting horn magic item, he actually like blows on it. Because like I hate so much that he doesn't do that. Because like Emmerich does it. If you use Emmerich's horn ability, Emmerich actually like pulls out the dragon horn, puts it to his lips, and blows it. Whereas Orion just doesn't do anything, and I think that's lame, and they should fix it.
God King of the Deepwood. Yes, I will.
I'm coming for you.
Our honest enchant.
Alright, why don't you retreat to Athel Loren and heal for a little while? Because everything hurts.
Hoeth would think this wise.
Well, Hoeth ain't here. Willow Wilson, thank you so much for the sweet message. I really appreciate that. I'm glad y'all are enjoying Lorebeards a lot. I'm enjoying doing Lorebeards quite a bit. So the fact that other people are also having a lot of fun with it, it means a lot to us. Me and Andy both. Am I confident we'll see King Lewin Orc Slayer? As a mini? Yes. I don't know if he'll be in the first wave, but I do believe eventually they will release him. Because they've already confirmed he's there, and it'd be weird to have Bretonnia as a faction and not release the king as a model. I also hope we get the Fey Enchantress. Like, I do like the new special character, the new prophetess lady. But I do think it's a little odd that they released like essentially a Fey Enchantress character who isn't the Fey Enchantress, which is a little weird, but like we'll see what they do with it. All right, Ikit, time to face the music, rat boy. Durthu comes for Skaven Blight. Next time. Oh goodness, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had a fun time. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I think that I'm gonna get off to bed here. Just we got a nice little 4.5 hour stream in. It's almost 4 a.m. I do need to get some sleep. So hope hope you all had fun. We will be back with more Durthu on YouTube here sometime soon. For those like wondering what I'm going to be doing, so later today, so October 17th day, I will be streaming on Twitch later. Probably going to be working on my Vampire Coast campaign, which is our current Twitch campaign, with RNS Assault Spite. I am also going to probably play some Vermintide to kind of get, you know, move out my muscles, get back in shape, because tomorrow is Necromancer Sienna, and we are going to be doing that like all fucking day. So, in any event, I hope you all have a lovely evening. I really appreciate you all coming by to hang out with me. Really appreciate all the super chats and everything. It's always a huge delight. The next Durthu stream will probably be significantly earlier in the day. I don't plan on doing so many late night streams. Just today ended up being one of those days. So, thanks again for watching. I love you all very much. I appreciate you coming to hang out with me, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye, my dudes. Bye-bye. Do the thing.